Grand Rising, good morning. Welcome to Prosperous Living with Toyia over here on YouTube and Prosperous Living with _T on TikTok. I am streaming on both platforms. You can catch the recaps of these lives on YouTube. You can get my free ebooks in the link tree in the bio, and I believe it's in the description on YouTube. The free ebooks, 30-Day Transformation Journey, Recipe for Life, and Daily Diamond Gems. They're books that help you transform your thinking, helps you to repent, which means to have a radical transformation of the mind. And so I remind you that the Bible is mind science, which means it is a psychology book. The why for everything happening in your life is the way you think. That is the cause. What happens or how it happens is the effect, but the cause is always mental. It's always the why. Why is this happening? Because of the way you think. How do I change it? By changing the way you think. How is it going to happen? I have absolutely no idea. Every desire has its own way of manifesting, its own way of coming into fruition. So the how is not your work. Your work is just to change the way you think. Simple, easy peasy, fresh and squeezy. So I remind you that your word is God. As John 1 tells us, in the beginning was the word. We have Isaiah 55:11 here says, so shall my word be that goes forth out of my mouth. It shall not return unto me void, but it shall accomplish that which I please, and it shall prosper in the thing whereto I sent it. It always accomplishes the very thing you send it out to do, and it always prospers in all things. Your word is God, because in the beginning was the word was with God, and the word what was God, and then the word what becomes flesh, which means it becomes you, something you can see, which is you are God made manifest. You are the word made manifest, and then your word becomes a manifestation. Your word is a manifestation. So I am streaming on TikTok and on YouTube. YouTube is Prosperous Living with Toyia. On TikTok, it is Prosperous Living with _T. And we talk about manifesting our desires and understanding how powerful the word is, that life and death is in the power of the tongue, and those that love it shall eat the fruit thereof. The Bible is telling you how to use the power that you were given. You were made in the image and likeness of all there is, of the only creator, the one power. You get, however, you are the operant power. You do get to dictate. You do get to command. You do get to be the magician of your reality and conjure up spells like abracadabra. What I create, as I speak, I create. Or whatever I speak comes forth into my experience. So what do you want is the question. What is your heart's desire? Do you know desire, nothing is still a desire? So you can say, oh, I don't desire anything. Okay, you're still desiring. You're desiring no thing. But we all want something, whether it's peace, joy, love, relationship, health, wealth, success, right? Happiness. And guess what? You already have all those things. It's not something you have to get. It's only something you have to do. What? It's recognize. You just have to recognize you possess all things. And what you do is just calling it forth. You're calling it to make itself visible, make itself known to you. That's what prayer is. Prayer is the recognition, acknowledgement that what is already, that what you desire already is. Prayer, again, is the recognition, acknowledgement that what you desire already is. It's not something you chase, it's something you call forth. That's why it says you are the magnet. You are magnetic, electromagnetic field. You are electric as well as magnetic. You are the current, you are the charge. You are the reason for the season, right? It's that time of year, as they say, as Mariah Carey says, it's time. Dun, 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 dun. I don't want a lot for Christmas. There's just one. So, right? So, whatever it is that you desire, tag, you're it. You're the reason for your season. Whatever season that you're going through right now, you're the cause. You're the reason why. It's your thoughts that are things. It is your mind that is the creative power within you. Neville Goddard would say it's the imagination. Dr. Joseph Murphy would call it the subconscious mind, right? Reverend Nike, he would say, go into the theater of your mind. He called it the science of living. The science of living, how to live prosperously, how to live abundantly. The words that you speak is what you create in your reality, right? Because the script reminds us it is by your words that you are justified, and it is by your words are you condemned. The script also tells you if you judge not, you won't be judged. And if you condemn not, you won't be condemned. But if you forgive, oh, all shall be forgiven. So if you operate your life in love and light and peace and joy from within, not looking to change anyone else, we know, as Neville Goddard reminds us, there's no one to change but self. The only thing you need to change about you is the way you think about you. That's really all you have to change. Stop seeing yourself as less than and see yourself as great, as amazing, as noble. You want fame, you got it, right? You want health, it's yours. You want wealth, yours. Relationship, yours. Whatever you're desiring, yours. It already belongs to you because all that the Father has is thine, and the Father possesses all things. And who's the Father? Your awareness of being, your consciousness, that is God. And consciousness possess all things. Consciousness is the absolute. All things exist in the absolute. All possibilities are now. All now. All is now. Not later. Now. All is now. So whatever you speak, whatever you're speaking, whatever you're saying, whatever you're thinking, whatever you're contemplating, right? And use those 5 talents, which are your 5 senses. Do you know the talents in scripture is the senses? And you're supposed to use the senses where? Inwardly, not outwardly. Remember, you see with your consciousness, not with your eyes. You hear with your consciousness, not with your ears. You speak with your consciousness, right? Not with your mouth. You touch with consciousness, not with your hands. That's another got to talk about the feeling is the secret. He's talking about the naturalness of a thing. It should feel natural for you to have whatever you're desiring, right? So how do you make it natural to use those 5 talents in your mind? Hold the money or see the money on the screen or see yourself wherever you desire to be and take money out of the picture. But if money is what you want, see the bank account with the numbers on the screen, right? And what's your reaction to it? What does your life look like now that you have the very thing you're desiring? Is someone happy for you? Is someone congratulating you? Or just talk to yourself. Talk as though you already have it. How would you talk if you were the person that had the very thing you're asking for? How would you be? What actions would you take? What disposition of life would you have? Would you see life from a different perspective? You're here now, but now you're there, and you're desiring to be over there, and now you're over there. What does over there look like? How are you perceiving reality from that perspective? Now that you have the loving relationship, you have the SP. Well, what does that look like? Are you doing Netflix and chill? Is that what are they still calling it that? Netflix and chill? Or are you on a dinner date? Are you on a nice beach vacation? Are you introducing them to your family and friends? Are you into football? Like, right? It's football season. Are you expecting a nice gift on Christmas? It's the Christmas season. Are you expecting a nice, wonderful gift to purchase or to receive? Whatever it is you desire, you can have. Whatever you're desiring, it already belongs to you. And it's your word. It's the word that you sent forth. So shall my word be. So shall my word be. What are you saying? What are you proclaiming? What are you decreeing and declaring? Decree and declare. Decree and declare. And know that it shall not return to you void. Whatever you're saying, good, bad, or ugly, however you are defining it, it shall return. Life is a boomerang. What goes out must come back. Whatever seed you sow, you shall reap. Whatever seed sown, you shall reap. You shall reap. So what seeds are you? I mean, remember, your thoughts are seeds. Your word is the seed. Your word is the life. The words that you speak, they're just not merely words. They are spirit and they are life. They are the power that energizes your world. Your word is what causes things to come forth. As the Christ, when Lazarus, everyone thought he was dead. He said, oh, he only sleeps. That's your desire. Everybody looking at you saying that's not going to happen. You're out here proclaiming and decreeing and declaring what your life shall be. And they're in the world is saying, oh, that dream will never happen. That dream is impossible to take place. And you're even crying within like the sisters of Lazarus. Oh, if you had only come sooner. My desire could have lived if it only would have happened 4 days ago or 10 years ago or 20 years ago. Like, I've been desiring this thing for 5 years. I've been desiring it for 3 years and nothing's happening. Oh, why did you take so long? And the Christ says, wept, says, oh, I thank you, Father, for thou always hears me. And what did he command? Lazarus, come forth. And Lazarus rose up out of the tomb, rose up and came forth. All you have to do is speak the word. And that's how you bring forth your desire. You don't have to do anything to make it so. It's not your work to make it so. It's just your work to command that it already is. You're just supposed to speak that is so. You're not supposed to try to figure it out. How it happens is none of your business. You leave that to the Father. You're only commanded to decide what it is you want. Therefore, I say to you, says Mark 11:24, whatever you desire when you pray, just believe you already received it. And guess what? You'll get it. It shall come to you. You just got to believe it's already yours. You got to know it. You got to know it. You got to know it. That it already belongs to you. Good morning, everyone. Welcome, 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 everyone. TikTok, YouTube. I am streaming on both platforms. You can catch the recap on YouTube. If you want to pass it along to someone you think that will benefit from this truth, this understanding of the scriptures, that the scripture is all about the personification of the mind because the world is mental. So it's as a man mind thinks, so is he or she, right? We know this book is not about gender. It's about the spirit. And the spirit is genderless. It is talking about the divine feminine and the divine masculine that are not separate, but they operate as one unit. Because behold, the Lord thy God, oh, hear, O Israel, those who know that they are God. The Lord thy God, the law of thy good. That's what it means. Lord means law, good is God. The law of your good is one. Is one. It's only one power. There's no source for evil. There's only a source for good. Because good isn't created, good is. Evil is created. It is a creation of the mind. And anything that is created, what is the illusion? So that means that you were never created. You always is. You are the first and the last, the beginning and the end, the Alpha and Omega. You are energy, right? Energy being manifested as form. You're just the word made flesh. Your thought form, your body is a sum total of your beliefs. That's what your body is. Whatever your body of beliefs, that's what you're experiencing. You're experiencing your body of beliefs. What do you believe to be true? Because that's what you're experiencing. It's not what other people are experiencing. It's not about whatever other people are thinking. It only matters what you're thinking. Let other people have their thoughts is none of your business. The only thoughts that matter to you are your own, because it's your thoughts that are creating your reality. As Urban Knight tells you, if you don't think for yourself, someone else gladly will do it for you. Do you really want someone thinking for you? Unfortunately, a lot of people do. A lot of people want someone to tell them what to do. Unfortunately, people don't want to think for themselves. That's too much responsibility, too much accountability, right? However, the law is no respect of person. It doesn't care if you originated a thought or the thought was given to you. It only cares that you agree with the thought. That's all the law says. Whatever you believe to be true will be true. It is done unto you as you believe, not as they believe, or she believed, or he believed, or as mama believed, as daddy believed. It's as you believe. And if you only believe that you can obtain certain things, then that's what you'll experience. The moment you decide that all things are possible, then all things will become possible for you. Right? The scripture says all things are possible to them that believe. So what do you believe? Believe that all things are possible, that there is nothing impossible to the imagination, which is God. God is the imagination. There's not you can imagine whatever. Right? You can imagine whatever you like. You can have whatever you like. Over on TikTok, we 10K, double tap the screen to 10K. You get to come and join the panel and share your perspective on manifesting. Remember, you're always manifesting. It's not something you have to figure out how to do. You just have to decide what you want to do, right? That's right. You don't have to figure out how to manifest. You've been manifesting all of your life. Life is a manifestation. Just understand that. Now it comes down to choice. That's why you're told by the script, I call heaven and earth before you. And I said before you, good and evil, life and death, blessings and cursings. Choose life that you and your seed may live. So the script is already giving you the answer. It gives you a test and gives you the answer to the test. It says, prove to me now herewith and see if I will not open up the windows of heaven and pour you out a blessing that you will not have room enough to receive. And what's the answer to the test? It's always yes. All you gotta do is say yes. The answer, God, source, Christ, always says yes. For all the promises of God is yes and amen. It's always yes. And the answer says, choose good, which is to choose God. When you choose good, you choose God. When you choose God, you choose good. right? God and good are synonymous. Choose the good and you'll have it. Seek peace and you'll find it. Knock on the door of wisdom and it will be opened. Ask for abundance and it shall be given. Because whatever you ask for, you receive. And whatever you seek after, you find. And whenever you knock, the door is always opened. See, consciousness never says no. It will always give you what you believe you can have. So what are you believing you can have? You believing that you can be great and wonderful and amazing, at peace, joy, love, prosperous, that you prosper in all things that you do, that you flourish, that you are abundant, that you have the power to transform your reality just by changing the way you think. I bet you never even thought about it like that. I bet you no one even told you. Some of you may be here on this platform and never knew that your thoughts were creative. That it was your thoughts that you were experiencing in your life. Greetings, greetings. Hello. Welcome, welcome on YouTube. Greetings. Some people didn't even realize that their thoughts were the reason that things were happening in their life. And yes, is it a program that's running? Is there a program that's happening in your mind in the background? Before you awaken to the truth of your being, even then, even if you don't even know that you're God, even if you don't even know that you're source, you know that is what you think about, you bring about. How do I know that you know? Because you know every day you make a choice. You know that you decided whether you were going to apply for a certain job, and you knew within yourself if you would get it. You knew that you wanted to be with a certain someone, and you knew within your heart if that would happen, right? And then you also knew when you didn't feel comfortable about, like you got the job, but then you got it and you felt like, I don't know, this don't feel so right. Something don't feel, like this job not for me. Because even though you wanted it, you were able to manifest it, you took it, and then it wasn't like a great fit. And then what? You start thinking differently about the job. The moment you started thinking differently about the job, you started creating another situation. Every time you think about a certain situation, you're creating a different reality. Every time. Because your thoughts are creative. Your thoughts are things. Your thoughts are the seeds that gets sown into fertile ground, which is your subconscious mind. That's the womb of creation. The moment you start thinking differently, the womb says yes. The womb was always receptive. The womb, your subconscious mind, is the wife that Paul speaks about when it says the wife must be in subjection to her husband. Well, your subconscious mind is always in subjection to your conscious mind. Your subconscious mind never argues. Never argues. It's not going to say, you know what, you really shouldn't be thinking that way. If I were you, I would think differently. No, it's going to say, well, what are you thinking? Oh, that's what you like? Tell me more. Tell me more. You think life is hard and difficult? Oh, you think life is a challenge that you have to go through tests and trials and tribulations? Okay, I got you. I'm going to make sure that every time you get a thing in your reality, you will have to go through a test. I'm going to make sure that you have to go through a trial. I'm going to make sure that you be troubled before you even get this thing. Because that's what you believe, because you were told, right? People read that script and they told you in these days you'll have trouble, but they don't understand that script is talking to the sleeping man. It's talking about the sleeping man as well as the awakened mind. So when it talks about in this world, you're going to have trouble in this world. But remember, you're not of this world. You're in the world, but you're not of this world. So yeah, in this world, there is trouble. But when you awaken to the Christ mind, that's when all your troubles and woes are supposed to dissipate, right? Because now you understand that it's your perspective about life that manifests. It's your perspective about life that manifests. So if you decide that life should be light and easy, as the Christ says, the yoke is easy and the burden is light. And now you get to decide that life can be light and easy. You get to choose light and easy. See, again, the script is giving you the answer to the abundant life, because it also says, I came that you may have life, and that more abundantly. Not only have life, but have it in abundance. And who was I that came? Christ's mind, the Christ, the awakened mind came so that you can have the life that you've always desired, so that you can have the life you've always dreamed of. Now, some people don't call it the Christ. Some people call it Allah. Some people call it Brahman. Some people call it Vishnu or Krishna. Some people call it Zeus. Some people call it the subconscious mind, the imagination. Some people call it their intuition. Right? It has many names. Trying to give name to that which is nameless, form that which is formless. What's so great about this law, the spirit of all things, this love, this energy, it doesn't care what you call it. Whatever you call it, that's what it shall be. That's what the spirit told Adam, right? Adam, whatever you call it. Remember, humanity is Adam. Adam was not about one person that lived 6,000 years ago, according to religion. Adam represents humanity. And we're always naming things. That should let you know that the Bible is talking about you, because you're always naming things. It's whatever you call it, right? What's in a name, right? And the name reflects what? Nature. The name of a thing is indicative of its nature, right? So whatever you call it, that's what it shall be. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Hello, Michael. Welcome. How are you? Question. Are you saying that I am making things happen on a small scale? Do I have the power to make things happen for all things? Am I understanding that? I'm saying you have the power to create in your reality. And you also have the power to create in those who you encounter in your reality, right? So your thoughts can manifest for others in your reality. So whether it be your mom, your sister, your significant other, a brother, or a co-worker, a friend, a stranger, someone comes to you, you have the power to speak over their life, because your word, because everyone in your reality is an extension of you. Everyone is you pushed out, because everyone is God and God is one. We're just uniquely individualized versions of that one. But there's only God in the world. There's only one power, and that one power can be used to uplift, or that power could be used to condemn. And the words that you think either bring forth the thing you desire, or it can destroy things in your reality. But remember, the Christ says, I didn't come to destroy anything. I came what? To fulfill all things, to fill up all things, right? To give life to all things. Because Christ, says Paul, is the power and the wisdom of God. That's who Christ is. Christ is not a person. Christ is the power and the wisdom of God. And that power and wisdom is your consciousness. It is your awareness. Welcome, welcome, welcome. TikTok, double tap the screen. Share, share, share the live. Oh, you're welcome. The battle zone. And you can test it too, right? Because this is not about blind faith, blindly trusting another person. This is about proving by proving proving this law. And so the simple question is, what do you want? This is what the Christ asked of the passerbys, those who came near. What would you have of me? That is the question. It's the same thing as saying, what do you want in today's terms? What do you want? Some came in request of their servants, right? My servant is ill, my son, my daughter, right? Some was there of their own volition. Oh, I desire to have, I desire to see, I desire to walk, right? I desire to live. I've had this issue for 12 years. And the issue of 12 years, she didn't ask anything. She did what? She touched the hem of the garment. She said within herself, right? This is how you know the script is never talking about anything that Christ did. The Bible is always talking about what the individual who was interacting with the Christ did, right? It was the responsibility was always laid at the feet of the believer. She said within herself, if I could just but touch the hem of the garment, then I shall be healed. And then the Christ said, oh, who touched me? For I perceive virtue has come out of me. Someone touched the truth. Someone connected with faith. And once they connected with faith, what does it say? Thou faith is what? Makes you whole. Thou faith has made you whole. Because the Bible also says, the script also says in another place, that there was many miracles that the Christ wanted to do, but couldn't. Why? Because of unbelief. So the script tells you that without faith, it is impossible to please him. For he that comes to God, to the good, to the creator, to the source, must believe that it is, and that it is a rewarder of them that diligently seek after him. You got to be diligent about this thing. You got to persevere. You can't go by appearances. You can't allow time, appearances, naysayers, doubt, fear, disbelief, unbelief deter you. You got to be able to press through the crowd. As the woman with the issue of blood, she didn't let the crowd's presence, which is symbolic of the doubters. She pressed through consciousness, her lower nature, to touch faith, to touch the word, right? Because Christ represented the word, right? And you are that word. Hey, Andrea, welcome. How are you? Welcome. Yes, Divine Ascension, welcome. They know you are right. I have used this, but I have been mentally limited myself into negative self-talk that have been happening, good, bad, or indifferent. It does happen, but this is the beauty of life. This is what you have to understand. Even though you have the negative self-talk, say you get an experience that you really didn't like, right? Guess what? The law is merciful. This is, we have to understand the mercy of the law. You don't have to accept any experience. You have what Neville Goddard would call revision and what the script calls repentance. You get to change your mind about it. You get to what? Forgive yourself for thinking the way you were thinking and what? Think again. You get to think again. Never accept an outcome that was undesirable. As the script says, don't let the sun go down upon your wrath. Why go to bed angry about the day when you can revise it? Why would you go to bed angry about the day when you have the power to revise? You don't have to accept anything, and to the point that you can believe in this revision, right? You meditate on it, you see it differently, and you keep seeing it differently, and you keep seeing it differently until what? The difference has to be made known. The difference has to be seen. Just choose differently. Just choose differently. You don't have to accept it. Revise, revise, revise. Take any situation. I don't care if it's a doctor's report, job interview, money woes, whatever it is, relationship woes. Well, maybe you want a better relationship with your spouse or your significant other. You want a better relationship with your friends or family. You want, better relationship with yourself, because that's where it starts. Changing the self-concept about you is where it all begins and ends. That's why you're the Alpha and the Omega, the first and the last, the end and the beginning. And at the end is where you begin. You go to the end of the situation. You see yourself differently in the end. The state that you desire to be, that's how you see yourself. You go there, not how you're going to get there. That's not your work. You're not to be concerned about how you're going to get to the destination. You're only supposed to see yourself at the destination. Yep. Repent, turn away. Yep. Turn away. Don't look back. Once you decide what you want, you cannot be a Lot's wife. You cannot make a decision and then start talking about yesterday or 6 months ago or 2 years ago, especially if the 2 years is what you want to transform. You're transforming a reality. You can only operate in the moment of now. Now is the day of your salvation. Now is the kingdom of your good. Now, not tomorrow, not next week. Now, because you only have the eternal now. Because whenever it happens, it always happens now. I don't care what day of time it is. Whenever it happens, it always happens in the now. And that's all you have is now. And you have to speak as though you have it now. Man, I was watching, how many of you have seen the movie King Richard about Venus and Serena Williams? Have you all, let me know if you all have seen that movie. King Richard. It's streaming on Netflix now. I would suggest those of you with children, those of you desiring to manifest a different reality, watch that movie. That movie is dynamic. I watched it when it first came out years ago. And these on my way to Cancun last Sunday and on my way back. And then when I got home, I've watched that movie 3 times this week. Because this man planned out his children's life before they were born. And as he started, once he started to put them out there, right? He's training them, and he's like, okay, now it's time for them to be seen. Now it's time for them to get the training that they need, right? He's sending the 77-page pamphlet or 78-page pamphlet to all the people that he wants to know who his daughters are, right? And he's speaking from first person present tense that those are champions. They are the best in the world. They are, right? He's speaking as though it's already done. He spoke life over his children. He didn't let other people condemn what he was doing or condemn his children, right? He had them journaling every night before they went to bed. Those of you who like to script, he said, if you don't make a plan, if you fail to plan, you plan to fail, right? That's what he told you. He said, plan your day out for the next day. And remember, I remember I used to tell you guys, as you're going to sleep at night, speak the life you want. So whether you write it down or you speak it over your life, right? Because writing it down is the same way of speaking. Writing is the extension of speech, right? That's all. Writing is just your words written down. But some of you, I'm not someone who has to write it down. I could just talk to myself. But whatever you need to do to impress it upon your subconscious mind, right? And the thing is that they did it every night. It wasn't a once in a while thing. It wasn't every other week. It wasn't twice a week. It was every night. This is what many of us lose sight of. They weren't doing it sometime. They were doing it all the time. And I also watched Michael Jordan's documentary on Netflix too. That's also streaming on Netflix. When I like how Reverend Ike says, if you want something, you have to become fascinated with it, right? Which means that's all you're talking about. That's all you're consuming. And what I liked about the movie with King Richard is that this man reminded his daughters that it's not about what others are doing. It is only about what you're doing. See, some of us, we lose track because we put our focus on, well, so-and-so is doing this over here and so-and-so is saying this over there. And he was like, you keep yourself humble, which means you don't speak ill of others. You don't put other people down. It doesn't matter what they're doing. What they're doing is none of your business. Right? He didn't say it that way, but he did tell them to put their energy all on what they wanted, who they were, what their goal was, what their focus was, right? You have to be tunnel vision. You have to be only to see your goal, your aim, right? Oh, Eddie Murphy has a documentary too? What is that streaming on, Andriel? Yeah, what's the name of the Eddie Murphy documentary? Is that on Netflix as well? It's on Netflix? Okay. I definitely would search it out. We have to remember to remain focused on what we want, what it is we desire, right? And you cannot let the distractions, which is the outside noise, which is what other people are saying, what other people are doing. Remember, there are no other people. Everyone in your reality is an extension of you, right? So if you're hearing people be naysayers or speak negatively, right? You have two options. You can interact with it or ignore it. Why would you interact with the thing that you know isn't true of you? Because the moment you interact with it, you make it real for you. Now you make it a part of your reality. Now you're going around talking about, well, everybody's just talking about me. Nobody has anything good to say about me. Everyone's speaking negatively about me. Why do you care and why are you sharing it? Why are you talking about what someone else is saying about you that isn't true? See, now you've gotten yourself off of your goal. Now you're missing your aim. Now you're missing your mark because you're concerned about something on the outside when the only thing that matters is what's going on within. Hey, Mia. Welcome. It's so important that you remain hyper-focused on what you want in life, right? And if you have the desire to help another person bring their desire into manifestation, right? You only see them as the being they want to be. And so you have several ways in convincing yourself that they are that person. One great way is hear them telling you about it or hear yourself congratulating them for it. Or when you think of them, you're like, man, I'm sure I'm glad they blank, 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 blank. Whenever you think of them, man, I'm sure glad that blank, 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 blank. They got the job they were looking for, or they found their significant other, or I'm so glad that they're in their best health. Whatever it is, think of them from that perspective. It's already being the person. not how they're going to get it, not giving them advice on how it should happen. That's not your work. You can't tell them no more how it's going to happen, no more than they can tell you how it's going to happen. Your only job is to believe that it's already done. That's you being the Christ mind, mediating God to man. Because remember, whatever you're doing for another, you're what? Doing for you. Why? Because there is no other. There's only your mind. Your thoughts are for you. Remember, when you think of others, you're really thinking of you. Because it's your thoughts that are creative. Your thoughts. That's how we have to look at it. So he believed at the age of 13 and said by the age of 18 he will be famous and was on SNL. Oh wow, yes. Oh, definitely will be watching that, Adriel. Yes. Because I was talking earlier about for those of you who may just be joining the on YouTube and on TikTok, I was talking about King Richard, talking about Serena Williams and Venus Williams' rise to, stardom, or becoming the greatest tennis players of recent of the modern eras, they would say, right? And how he spoke and he said Venus would be number one. However, Serena would be known as the greatest to ever do it. And that's how she's seen as the greatest to ever do it. 23 Grand Slam championships. Serena Williams. And Venus had 5 Wimbledon titles. He spoke it. He said he planned out their life before they were born. And he was like, you got to stick to the plan. And what's interesting is that these were the 2 children he decided to give all his all to. But he had other children before them and he wasn't a part of their life. I found that very interesting. That the 2 youngest that he had with their mother, his other children, he wasn't there for them. But he told his wife, we have to have 2 more children. And we're going to script out their life. That they would learn different foreign languages. They would be well educated. They would learn instruments. And they would be the best tennis players ever. He was so young. Yes. I'm looking forward to that. I'll probably watch that, Andrea, as soon as I get off this these social media platform. Thank you, Battlezone. Thank you. Yes. Like and share the live on YouTube. Subscribe to YouTube. Subscribe to TikTok. We're on our way to 100K on YouTube and on TikTok. 100K subscribers, 100K followers on TikTok, 100K subscribers on YouTube. You got to speak the thing that you want, declare it, decree it, declare, because my word, so shall my word be that goes forth out of my mouth. It shall not return unto me void, but it shall accomplish that which I please, and it shall prosper in the thing whereto I sent it. So I send my word out. 100K on subscribers on YouTube, 100K followers on TikTok. So like, share, subscribe, follow. I do upload all TikTok lives onto my YouTube platform. I've been doing it for over a year, ever since last August. So you can watch previous lives of our TikTok on YouTube. I also have free ebooks about transforming the mind, a 30-day transformation journey, the recipe for life, which is the manifestation book. It is reminding you of Mark 11:24. Therefore, I say to you, whatever you desire when you pray, believe you received it, and what you shall have it. And then I also have just a book of scriptures and affirmations. It's called Daily Diamond Gems. These books are to help you transform your thinking to realize that you can have whatever you desire. That all it requires is a decision. Just decide whatever it is that you're designed, decide it and then remain faithful to it. That you walk by faith and not by sight. You don't care about what's going on out there. You only care about what's going on within. Remember, the 5 talents of script are the 5 senses that you use where? Inwardly. You use your eyes to see you use your sight to see yourself as having the thing you want to in your mind. You feel it in your mind. You talk about it in your mind. You smell it in your mind. You be it in your mind. And whatever you see in your mind, you will what? Experience in your world. They say it like this: if you can hold it if you can conceive it in your mind, you can hold it in your hand, right? In your mind is where it all begins. Yep. So many stars. Yep. Oh, don't say that, Mia. You say it's easiest to manifest when we're younger. No, it's not necessarily that it's easier. If you're telling yourself that, then it will be. You can change it and say, I can manifest at any age. It's easy at any age, because remember, age is what? A construct. It's not even real. Age ain't nothing but a number, right? Age is nothing. It really is just a number. It really is just a number. You have to see yourself as ageless. That's why that's why you're told by the script to come as a child. Have that childlike mindset, that childlike innocence that says all things are possible. That I believe in the possibility of whatever I'm desiring. You got to make it fun. That's what I loved about King King Richard too, was that he reminded his children to have fun, to enjoy what they were doing, to love being winners, to love being the very best, to love being great, to enjoy it. He didn't want them to be so consumed with who they were to be that they wouldn't have time for family and doing and having fun and getting out and being free. He was like, my children, even though they're champions, they're world famous tennis players, they're the best to ever do it, they're still going to have fun doing it. They're still going, he still took them to Disney World. He still made sure they went to church. He still made sure, they learned their foreign languages. They learned instruments. He made sure that they were well-rounded children. Now that's a way. Is that the only way? No, that's just a way. It's not what we need to glean from these documentaries about those who saw themselves as being what they wanted to be is that they remained what? They had atonement. They were at one mind. They only saw the end goal. They didn't because I'm going to church or I'm doing, learning foreign languages or I'm learning instruments, deter them from what? The end goal, being the best tennis players that this country or this world has known. And sisters at the same time. Are there any other sisters in tennis that had reached the level of success that the Williams girls did? I don't follow tennis, so I don't know. Oh, thank you, I am Janae. Hey, I am Janae. Hey, how are you? Imagine. That's it. They were single-minded. That's what it is. You got to be single-minded. Oh, I did not. Okay. Hello, Minister D. How are you? You can unmute. Are you there? So I do allow call-ins on TikTok. If not, I'll just let you go. Did you have anything you want to say, Minister D 7600? Hey, A-Town, what's up? Yeah, maybe not. Grand Rising. Share the live on TikTok and on YouTube. Share the live. Like the lives. Share the lives. That's what it's about, being single, singleness of mind. I am. Either speak in present tense or in past tense, right? Speak as though you already have it, or speak as the person that has it, right? You already have it, or the person that has it, right? Those are the right. So Neville Goddard had one technique he called remember when, right? Speak as though it's already a thing. Speak as though it's something that happened in the past, right? Because remember, in consciousness, there is no future, there is no present, there's only the eternal now, right? So you can say, I am this, or I remember when I wanted to be this. I remembered when I wanted, a certain amount of money. I remember when I desired to have this, business. I remembered when I desired to be married. I remembered when I desired to be this healthy, or to be this weight, or to look this good, to feel this good, to be at peace, to want joy. I remember when I wanted to know what it was like to have, talk as though it's something that has taken place or that is happening now. That's how you want to talk, because you cause those things, you speak to those things that be not what? As though they were. Not will be, but as though they already are. You really do have to talk as though you already have it. You really do. And it doesn't matter what age you come to discover the power of your word. Let that go. Don't let that be the stumbling block. Okay, we got some people that recognize when they were 10, when they were 12, when they were 5, when they were 7, when they were, okay, you're 40, I'm 50, you're 30, you're 20. Remember, that is just how we keep time chronologically. But remember, there is no age in the spirit. The spirit is timeless. The spirit is ageless, right? So it doesn't matter. The only thing that matters is now you know. Now that you know, what are you going to do with it? How are you going to actualize your desires? And how do you do it? Just by claiming that you already have it. That's the only thing you need to do. That's the only how of the situation. Is speak as though you're already the person you desire to be. That's your only work. It's to talk differently about yourself. Do you know that's the only thing that you're required to do, is to speak differently about yourself? You're not required to do anything else but to speak differently about yourself. Because the moment you say that you are great at something, you're not going to have to be convinced to do it, because you're already convinced that you're it. The convincing happens before the doing. You're not going to have to talk yourself into doing the thing that you say that you are. The only reason you have to talk to yourself is because you don't believe it, because you haven't accepted it. But the moment you convince yourself that you are the very thing you desire to be, there will be no arm twisting. The people that you have relationships with, right? You don't have to make it a chore to call them or to get together with them. It's just something that happens naturally, right? You think of them, you call them. You want to spend time with them, you make sure that happens, right? It's not a chore, right? Same thing with your desire. You're desiring a great business, you have an entrepreneurial spirit, or you desire to be married, or you desire to be well. You're going to naturally think well-being. You're going to naturally see yourself with the person. You're going to naturally see yourself doing the very thing you say that you are. You don't care rain, shine. You don't care what's going on, because it's in you. Because you have this insatiable yearning for it. Like you just have to do it. Yes, yes. Hey, Anna. Yep, some people did start in their 60s. Yep, at any age. At any age. At any age. You just have to live from the place that it's already yours. You have to decide to talk to yourself differently. It really is that simple. Now, in the beginning, you may say it's a bit challenging. It's not that easy. Whatever you're saying, I would say stop trying to judge it and just be it. Stop saying, oh, this may be hard. This may be a challenge. That may be true. But do you want it to be hard? Do you want it to be difficult? Do like, you have to be flexible. You have to be malleable, right? You have to understand that, yes, all the conditions may not be perfect as you deem perfection, but understand perfection is about wholeness and completeness and not lacking a thing. It's not about getting everything right every time. That's not perfection. That's how people get misled and they stumble, because they think perfection is about never getting a thing wrong but Abraham Hicks tell you can never get it wrong. That whatever you're doing is not about a right or a wrongness. It's only about the experience of it. So if you take it from that aspect, you don't get anything wrong. Everything, you just didn't know what you didn't know, and now you know. And now you know, oh, that didn't necessarily, oh, I didn't get it that time. That doesn't mean I won't get it. Or it didn't happen for me that time. That doesn't mean it won't happen. Guess what? I spoke and declared that it shall be. So what? It must be. It must come into my experience, because my words do not return unto me void. The only way you void your word is if you speak in opposition to it. Remember, you're told you got to be hot or cold. You cannot be lukewarm. Double-mindedness, you cannot get anything from the law. The law needs that you remain focused on the thing that you desire. You cannot speak to what you want and then speak in its opposition, because then you're saying the very opposite of what you want. You're being double-minded. You have to be single-minded. You have to be of one mind. Have one purpose, one aim, right? So wealth is what you do. Wealth is who you are. Abundance is your innate nature. That's who you innately are. You are innately abundance. And so now coming to the recognition, the acknowledgement, the acceptance of your wealth. You cannot now start complaining about money. You cannot start now complaining about anything in relationship to money, right? We don't now start complaining about the bills that you created. You created the mortgage. How you mad about it now? You created the, the credit card bill. How are you mad that it's in the mail now? Like, really? Did you not go spend the money? Did you not go to the grocery store? Did you not go did you not, agree to whatever situation you find yourself in financially? If you feel you don't have enough money, just imagine yourself with more. It's that simple, really. You just have to imagine that you have more. You just have to, like we had the gentleman come on the live last week, Alan, and how he was saying to use the affirmation, I love, right? I love in front of everything you say. Oh, I love that I always have more money than I know what to do. I love that all of my finances are taken care of. I love that all of my obligations or responsibilities are covered. I love, whatever it is, however you want to perceive it, however you want to say it, right? Because if you start every sentence out with I love, you'll never perceive anything negatively, right? When you say I love something, you're not going to speak negatively of it, right? And so that's a great way to reform or reach or transform the mind in saying I love in front of everything that you do. When you're speaking of a loved one, or you're manifesting for someone else, right? When you want to see someone with a job, I love that they have the job that they wanted. I love that they make more money. I love that they have the position that they wanted and they wanted something more challenging. I love that they got it and they got compensated well for it. Or I love that they're experiencing great health in their body and they're living their life more freely and more joyfully, and they're moving about the plane more expeditiously. However you want to say it, whatever terminology you want to use or whatever words you want to put out there into the world, say it with love, right? I love all and I forgive all, because me forgiving all allows me to love all. And my loving all makes it easy to forgive all, right? And forgive all just means what? To give forth that which you would like to receive. That's what forgiveness is. Giving that which you would like to receive in return. Well, you wanted to receive love in return, so then what you have to do, give it. You want to see joy, you have to be it, right? Anything that you desire, you have to be the thing that you want to see. That's what they say. You want change, you have to be the change you want to see in the world. You have to be the very thing you're proclaiming. You be it, then what? You'll see it. And you'll never have lack of evidence. For the Lord, which is the law, is my shepherd. I shall not be in want. You should never lack evidence of the very thing you're desiring. You'll always get proof of what you believe to be true, whether that be good, bad, or ugly. Yes, yes. Hey, buddy, I absolutely did enjoy my vacation. You're absolutely right. Yep. Yes, you have, Cheryl. Yes, me too. Me too. I love it. It's amazing. Yep, the love affirmation, set it on repeat. I love that everything's always working out for me, right? That's what Abraham Hicks would say. I love that everything is working out for me. I love that my day went just as I expected or greater than I expected, because now unto him that is able to do exceedingly abundantly above all that we could ever ask or think, according to the power that works within us. And we know that this power never fails us. It will give us exactly what we believe we can have, whether that be good, bad, or different, or evil. Whatever we're believing it to be, that's what it shall be. So now you just have to ask yourself, what am I believing? What am I accepting as true of my reality? That I love everything works out for me. I love that I get whatever I want. I love that the word that I send forth shall out of my mouth, that it shall not return unto me void, but it shall accomplish that which I please, and it shall prosper in the thing whereto I send it. I sent it out, and it cannot return void. It must. That's law. Now it's just about remaining faithful to your word. Know that your word is your bond. Your word is bond. You are bound by your word, because it is by your word are you justified, and it is by your word are you condemned. It's your word. Not your mothers, not your fathers, not your pastors, not your religious leaders. I don't care who it is. It's not your significant others, not your children. It's your word. It's not the naysayers, not the haters, it's not the doubters. It's your word. It's your word. Your word. You got to say my word. It's my word that doesn't come back void. My word. My word accomplishes the thing which I please. What is my pleasure? What am I pleasing for? What am I pleased about? Hello, Key. So YouTube, we have a panel on TikTok, and we allow callers to come up and share. And so we have Key on the line. Hello, Key. You can unmute.
Hey T. Hey, thank you so much for having me come up and welcome back.
Thank you. Thank you.
Well, I did want to talk about a recent manifestation.
Yes, we love man. Yes, we love. Let me get my sound ready.
Okay, but it's
Go ahead.
not quick, so you know.
That's okay. I'm just ready. I'm just ready. Go ahead.
But years ago, I had went through a bad divorce, and I kind of self-isolated for a while. And in that process, I lost connection with many of my good friends. But I was lucky to be able to form two other strong friendships later on. Okay, so fast forward to October, which was last month. I remember I was browsing Instagram, and I stumbled on this former Chicago newscaster's page, Darlene Hill. You may not have anyone. But anyway, she was just showing her life, and she's retired, and she's having a blast. She's attending all these events and galas and conferences. She's just with all her friends, and she's having like brunches and bowl parties, living it up. And she just seems so happy. Like She's having the time of her life. So then that started this whole thing where I started missing my old life and my old friends. And I was like, I used to have so many friends and be invited to all these extravaganzas and classy functions. I miss that, right? I miss my friends. So there were like 4 friends that I really miss. But in total, I may have fell out like really with probably over 10 friends. But anyway, but the 4 that I missed, I just said to myself, like, man, I would love to reconnect. Okay, then all of a sudden, like within days, I get a text from one of them out the blue. And this was like a best friend in high school. And she wanted to meet up in person. And we did. And we we had happy hour. We had a beautiful time. And we actually have events planned for next month. And then I was talking to another lady, this girl who I talk to maybe 3 times out the year. We don't really kick it, but we do check on each other. Then I mentioned to her, I'm like, I really miss one of our mutual friends. I'm like, I really miss her. And then she was just like, oh, well, sometimes I work with her mother. Do you want me to let her mother know that you would like to get in contact with her daughter? So I said, okay, yeah, sure. I didn't think much of it. I'm like, whatever. And so next thing you know, I get the text with the old friend's contact information, and I reached out. And she was like, oh, I'm busy, but I would love to reconnect. I'll reach out when I have time. So we ended up meeting up at a rooftop late October. We had, drinks, the Chicago skyline, because it was still nice by the end. It hadn't gotten cold. Had an amazing time. And all I did was say, I want to reconnect with these people. And it just naturally happened.
Yes.
But this is the part where it gets good. So one of the friends that I reconnected with, she texted me and she asked me if I would like to attend a gala at the McCormick Place with her as her +1. And this was like November 8th. So just last week, because her husband is an introvert and she doesn't like those type of events. So I'm like, okay, sure. But in my head, I'm like, I don't have no dress. So I had to scramble to Nordstrom's and find a dress. But I was so excited. And then I looked, and then the individual tickets were $750. That should have been a clue. That should have been a clue as what type of event this was.
Right.
Because I'm like, damn. And so I found out that Lettucey, which is one of my favorite singers, that she would be the headline performance. So I was geeked, okay?
Yes.
So the day of the event comes, and I was awestruck. I get there and it's like prominent, notable, well-known Black elite of Chicago. I'm talking about.
Wait a minute, King. I did not know we were in the same city and we ain't linked up, but go ahead. Go ahead. It's just, I guess it's now just sinking in, but go ahead.
South Side. I mean, come
South
on,
Side.
Like, we need to meet up. Anyway.
That's what I just said, and we haven't linked up.
We haven't linked up, right? So, but it was like Mayor Brandon Johnson, ex-mayor Lori Lightfoot.
Man, I wish I would have known that. I would have asked you to come to the Sisters Giving.
I would have done it. And I looked it up too when you mentioned it, and I'm like, oh, but I'm like, I'm not gonna go by myself, even though you did. But anyway.
Right, but you wouldn't have been by yourself. We could have sat at the table and we could have met. What are you talking about? What? We would have been.
This is all part of my manifestation.
Go ahead. I'm interrupting your story. Go back to your story.
But it's even unfolding right now, right?
Huh?
So, but it was the Bulls players, like Derrick Rose, ex-Bulls player. He was there. Just a lot of Black newscasters, including Miss Darlene Hill. How all this started. Like Cheryl Burton. I can't remember all of them, but
she went to my high school.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yep, Limblom. Yep, she went to Limblom. Yep. Mm-hmm.
I went to Ignatius.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you went to was that St. Ignatius, right? So you went
St.
to
Ignatius.
Yep. Okay.
The founder of Johnson & Johnson was there. And anyway, the list goes on. So they served the most tender filet mignon. I guess I'm saying it right. Unlimited wine. So then after dinner, Lettucey performed. We get to walk right up to the stage and just sing with her. And she sung about 6 songs. It was an unbelievable performance, right? So then at one point, I went to the bathroom. I left the ballroom. And you go out in the corridor and they're serving unlimited hors d'oeuvres. I'm like, wow. I met so many like MDs and attorneys. It was just a sea of Black wealthy people. And just to give you a sense, they had paddle auctions and everybody was raising their paddle for $25,000 donations. I was like, yeah.
All right now.
They was in there. So the gala comes to an end and then it's an after party. So by this time I'm dancing, I'm having a time of my life, since Cancun of my birthday. But anyway, so this guy was like, you can come to the VIP after party. And I'm like, a VIP after party? Okay. So we walk into the VIP after party, and then of course that's where all of the Chicago local celebs, that's where they were. And then they had unlimited top shelf liquor. I'm just drinking, I'm dancing and dancing. And then when I go to sit down, one of the guys at our table invited me and my friend to the after party.
Not the after party.
So I'm like, okay. So the McCormick Place is connected to the Hyatt Regency Hotel, and that's where the after party. And for people not familiar with Chicago, the McCormick Place is like that's our premier event space for Chicago. It's like where where the NATO summit was held a few years ago with Barack Obama and other world.
Oh, really? Oh, okay.
Mm-hmm. All the heads of states were at the NATO's at McCormick Place. So anyway, we go to the after party at the Hyatt, and of course it's a smaller group, and I couldn't stay long because at this point it was after 1 a.m. I'm 50, my feet hurt, first of all. But they had bottles of Veuve Clicquot champagne just spread out I'm like, I've never seen this much. Anyway, so I did have to cut off my liquor because I had to drive home, okay? But I could not stop talking. I think I made my couple friends jealous. Don't
be. Get with the program. Just get with the program.
Look, one of them I have not heard from, okay, since. But anyway. But now I desire to be a socialite. Right?
Oh, yes.
I'm like, I want to be a socialite. I cannot wait to attend my next gala.
I know. Oh my goodness. So did you join the Sister Soray?
No.
Did you joined the Facebook group? Oh, okay.
We talked about it. I looked it up and I'm like, and I don't have Facebook. That's part of the problem.
Oh, okay. But she also mentioned that the one that's curating the event, she started this for women to get together and bond with one another, those who were looking for friendships and people with good energy and everything. And she may mention that the Bears are having the gala the same night in the same building. They're going to be like a few levels up.
And when is this? Look, what?
This is November 22nd, but they're going to be a few levels up. So she was like, do with that what you want, do what you want with that information, So people was like, oh yeah, I'll be making climbing them stairs during dinner.
Y'all be running up and down them stairs. So how would you would you just go on the Facebook and buy a ticket, or would you have to join a group? How would that work?
You join the group. I don't right now. I know the tickets were closed. I don't know because she is having a little issue with the ticket thing because some people were holding tickets and hadn't made their final payment on it, and they're not communicating with her. And she wants it to be easy breezy, fresh and squeezy. She wants, just communication is all she wants. She does if you held a seat and you're unable to make it, she would just like for you to let her know that you're unable to make it, but people aren't communicating with her or whatever. But she has a very nice aesthetic, a very nice place or whatever. I know you had to fill out like a little questionnaire type thing or what have you. And once you made your payment, you would just screenshot her the payment to her privately, like on Messenger or whatever. So I made my payment like in 2 payments or whatever, because she was offering like installment and everything. And
how much are the tickets?
It was only $200.
That's not bad. That's not bad for again. What is the event space?
I can't remember. And I'm using my phone for it's near McCormick Place, but I don't think it's McCormick Place.
Okay,
I can't remember the name of it.
South Loop, and it's
it's the South Loop. It's the South. It's near North. It's near it's or near or South. It's South. It's before you get downtown.
Okay, and it's called the Sisters Soiree.
Yeah, Sisters in Soiree. Yep,
Sisters,
yep.
okay.
Yeah,
Maybe
and
one of
if
this
you
can
go
get
on the
I'll order
page,
it.
I'm sure she has like the Sisters Giving. I just can't, and I did share it to my to like my cousins or whatever, but I just can't remember where it's at because I'm not driving. My husband's going to be my chauffeur.
I heard that.
So he'll be dropping me off and picking me up. I
Yeah.
want to say it's near. I want to say it's near McCormick Place, but I don't remember what hotels are over there. Because
Yeah.
she did was able to get like a block off as well, where people, if they want to spend the night, they stay the night. If they want to rent a room, they could, what have you.
It could be
But
the Hyatt. It could be the Hyatt.
it might be the Hyatt because the Bears are going to be there. So it has to be like a night, right? Like if the
Yep.
Bears are having something there the same night, it might be
And
the
the
Hyatt.
stadium is right there, the Soldier Field. So, it's
Yeah, yeah, yeah. It might, yeah, it might be the Hyatt, but don't
don't
quote
quote
me
me
on
on
that.
that.
Yeah, I'll let you know. But I
Okay.
don't know if she has. I know she was having difficulty. So I know she was having difficulty with getting final payment from some people. So and
Yeah.
her biggest thing was they weren't communicating. So if she's gonna have issues like that, then she's just gonna remove you from the group because she wants easy breezy, fresh and squeezy, right? She wants
Yeah.
people that are willing to come together. No, she don't have to twist your arm to get payments or whatever. Because she made it real easy for you to do it. I think she started back in September. So you had like 3 months almost just about to like make your installment payments. And the biggest thing is they're not communicating. So it's
Yeah.
just like,
I
right?
like the fact that she laying down a hammer and she's not playing with people. She's like,
Mm-mm.
nope, I'm not about to
This
play.
is a standard. She's like, I just want you to tell me that you are unable to continue because there are no refunds. So even though if you made a $50 down payment, but she was like, it's other people that want to go, but because you're holding on to a seat and you have not communicated, like, yes, I'm going to make the payment or something came up or whatever, they're not, so I think that's the biggest thing. But looking forward to it, like it's going to be a really, really nice event. Really like it's really, really going to be, because I know she was having photography, the DJ, is going to be a perfume bar, I believe. You can make your own perfume or whatever, something like that. Yeah. So.
Okay, well, I'm definitely gonna look into. I'm gonna have to make a Facebook page. That's my problem. I've been saying, oh, I hate when people send. Oh, yeah. Okay, I have to figure out how to make a very private Facebook page.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah. Yeah. Just keep it private. Yep. Hello. Hello, Biz. Hello, Taquisha. How are you? Welcome. 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 That's so amazing. I love that for you, Key.
thank you. Me too. I couldn't wait to share. I'm like, oh my God, like I can't believe it. I mean, now I look back, it basically aligns with everything that you shared with us, that all you have to do is decide. That's all I did was decide. And that's all. I didn't do and push and say, well, let me call these people and start reaching out and texting. No, it just came to me.
Yep. And that is awesome. And you got some, and the very one that initiated the thought was in the room. You was in the room with them.
Yes, I was like,
Isn't that something?
really? And my girl, she was like, who is Darlene Hill? And she recognized her face. She was like, oh, she's the late. And I was like, there she is. And so, and yeah, and I'm like, you just don't know, like full circle moment. Like I want to live like, you not live like she lives, because I want to have my own life. But she just inspired that level of freedom, and fun,
Yes.
and I haven't had that since, my 30s. And she's older. She's not much older. Well, I know she's retired, so she has to be in her late 50s, but it looks beautiful.
Yeah.
But she's having a time of her life. And I'm like, me too.
I know that's right.
Me too. Like, why not? Yeah.
Oh, that is amazing. Oh, that is beautiful. Everything just come full circle. Yes, yes, yes.
Thank you, because you're the biggest inspiration. I'll be telling that story one day later, like how this all, especially, once this all comes into full fruition, it'll be like, well, it started on TikTok. Browsing TikTok, and this lady that sounded like she could be me, because we just know Chicago, you just know,
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, what's she talking about? And I'm like, what? God, not the Bible, and yeah.
Oh, this is the first time you had heard that perspective?
Oh, it was, well, it was the guy I've been dating for a couple years. I was used to go to church faithfully, and then he was just like, I don't go to church. And I said, well, what about praising God? He was like, worshiping God. And he was like, why would you worship God? And he was like, and then he said something like, I am God. And I'm like, oh my God, the Antichrist. Like, I'm dating the Antichrist, And he introduced the concept, and I was kind of like, whoa, bump, like, you might want to not date this guy no more, And, but I still kept doing it. And then, but then once it didn't make sense to me. I was just like, yeah. But then, like I said, once questions came up and questions arose within me, and then once I met you virtually, it just all clicked. And I'm like, oh, that's what he was trying to say,
Wow, that's something else. Came full circle, huh?
Yep, it did. So. Yeah.
Oh, wow. Oh, that's amazing. That's amazing. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much for sharing. Thank you. Thank you. We really appreciate when you come up as well. It's a beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. I'm so happy for you.
Thank you.
Let's see if Minister D, are you there? If not, I'll go on over to Mia. Are you there, Minister D? If not, probably not. So then I probably won't bring them up anymore. Hello, Mia.
Hey, it's Toyia. How are you?
I'm great. How are you?
I'm wonderful. Thank you for having me up.
Yes, yes, yes. Grand Rising.
How was your beautiful vacation?
Oh, it was amazing. It was really good. Really like the property. Yes, yes.
It looked like it. I just wanted to come up. I'm trying to sneak because I had a manifestation that worked really fast.
That's why you whispering.
Yes. So, I'm out here and I'm working on my self-talk, and I've been doing my, every day on my sit, and I just self-talk and I say, my I ams, and I talk about how smart and courageous and loving I am and beautiful. I'm dating, and I say I deserve this, and I just go down the list. Well, the Lord done sent me somebody. I mean,
you and this whispering type voice is
no, because they on TikTok and they be following me and they be coming up in lives when they see them in lives and watching me. Oh. So they might come in here because they see them in here and they might hear me talking about them. So I'm watching to make sure they don't come in here and see what I'm talking about.
Got you.
Anyway, but I just, I'm dating, and I was divorced, and I've never dated since I was 20 years old. So it's just a whole different world, and I'm dating these men, and I'm just not getting, you get discouraged out there, and you're like, I deserve better than this. Come on now. And, so I just started talking to myself about who I am and what I deserve. Come on, Mia, hype yourself up.
Yes.
And
you don't need no best. You need to hype yourself up.
Hype myself up. I was a hater long enough, right? So, and they kept flooding in, and okay. And this a nice provider, nice male, and I say provider because, and it's not like I'm that girl that's like I need a provider, but at the end of the day, let me tell you something. I don't I like good people, so I'm not that girl. But I'm not gonna sit up here and say I don't want a soft life either.
I know that's right.
So let's keep it funky. I work hard, and I'm a hard worker woman, but hey, anyway.
I know that's right.
Anyway, but, and every time I talk to a guy that's a provider, all they want to do is tell you how much they can provide for you.
Ooh!
That's all they want to do. It's the ones that can't be a provider, the ones that want you to settle.
Yep.
But anyway, but he's very nice. And, I haven't had a guy since dating, they all want, oh, you're pretty. But just a guy that's really like, I really like you and I want to take you out and I want to I haven't felt that since I was in my 20s.
That's beautiful. Love that for you. Love that for you.
Yeah. And from someone that's really good,
Yes.
I don't want no scrub gotten on me.
I don't want no scrub. Scrub is somebody can't get no love from me. Can't get in the passenger side of his best friend's ride. Trying to holler at
me. A scrub gonna hate you up. The scrub need a place to stay. But yes, it's just, and I don't say that, and I just use those things as examples of just how fast when you let go and just talk to yourself and know who you are, and how the world, the universe is like, it's you. You're the only power.
Yeah.
And you just have to really believe who you are and stand in it and know what you deserve. And that's across all things, right? So if you believe that you deserve to be respected and you deserve all these things, even when you're out at a restaurant, right, and you ask for no onions and they can bring you a plate with all the onions and you eat it anyway, you have just told the world that you don't deserve to put, you know what I'm saying, you don't respect yourself. So it's okay to send it back,
Yes. Yep.
you should. You have to keep in alignment of what you deserve in all aspects of your life.
Yep. Don't have to settle.
Absolutely. And you just have to love yourself in all aspects of your life. And that doesn't mean be rude and nasty to waiters, right? It just means to make sure you respect yourself, you love yourself. And just in just all relationships, I'm seeing things kind of turn around, and just it's real. It's real, but it's all about your mind. And I went to church last night, Toyia. That's
Did
why.
you?
So my uncle is a pastor. He's a really well-known pastor. He's from Detroit. Well, he's from South Carolina, but he came to Texas in the late 70s and 80s. And then he moved to Detroit, and he's a big pastor in Detroit, and he's retired. And he came down here to preach at a church revival. And he invited us because, I'm in Texas, I'm in Houston, come see us. So I was like, I'll come to church, I'll go to church. So I went, and I was just like, oh, I don't miss this. I was watching the choir, and I was like, oh, I don't miss choir rehearsal. And I knew all the songs. I knew all the songs. And then there was a part where they had prayer. And me and my dad, because I grew up, my dad was never like big into the church. He always loved God, but he did not like going to church. And anytime my mom made him go, he would be in there asleep.
Oh, okay.
So me and my dad was like two peas in a pod. I wouldn't sleep, but we was just in there like, here we go, another song. And then they kept standing up for prayer, like, oh, let's stand up for prayer again. I'm like, in my mind, I'm like, can we get all the prayers out at one time? We done stood up about 6 times for different prayer reasons. Let's all get all the prayers out at once. And then there was a part that was like, is anyone you need to pray for someone? And somebody was like, yeah, my neighbor's been sitting outside looking kind of sad, and I think something's going on with his family, and I just want to send out a prayer for him. And I'm just thinking, like, with Mia's mind, I'm just like, that's great in theory, right? That you want to pray for your neighbor. But in my mind, I'm thinking, does your neighbor receive it? Does your neighbor feel like they can overcome whatever they're going through within themselves? And to me, that's the real power. And I just feel like, man, it's like we want to do good things and we want to help and pray for people and help people. But it's like empowering people to, I don't know what I'm trying to say. You know what I mean? It just kind of felt a little empty. It felt like, and it was a lot of begging. It's like, Lord, we ask you and ask you. And in my mind, I'm just like, this is my Father. This is God. This is the person that gives me anything. Why am I asking?
Yeah.
Like it's on the table of, okay, God got all these prayers from all these people on earth. I hope mine make the list.
Right.
You know what I mean? It's just like, I hope my needs are good enough for God to say, I got you, Mia, this week.
And the fact that you're assuming that your neighbor is sad, maybe they just got some stuff on their mind. You don't know what people could be on the porch meditating.
Yeah.
You could be envisioning his life different. You talking about he's sad, he needs some prayer. Well, why didn't you ask him how's everything going? Why didn't you pray for him right then? Why did you have to wait till Sunday to get here and pray for him?
Right. And I think prayer is so personal.
But how we pray is what? To use our mind lovingly on behalf of another. That's all prayer is. It's to see people as whole, complete, and lacking no good thing. Yes. Right? If the church really understood how to pray, they wouldn't see sadness anywhere because they would see God.
Exactly.
But they don't see good everywhere. They see evil and they see devils and Satans and demons on mine. So,
And I heard somebody say that when you go to these religious people and they act like, oh, they're so abundant and they don't look like money. Well, you don't need my money. Why do you need my money if you have everything you need?
That part.
But I just and I grew up in the church, and I'm so thankful. I always say that, and it's never bashing. It's just the experience. It was like a kind of a disconnect. I was just like, oh, and it's just, and my uncle, he had a great sermon though. His sermon was about complaining, so I loved his sermon because it was very fruitful. He was talking about fruit of the spirit and how complaining isn't beneficial. So that was really a good message that he did speak about. But it's just and it was like, come to the altar and we're going to pray and we're going to do this. And it was just like all these begging sessions. And I just be thinking, like, how many of y'all, if y'all really and truly really believe in this, how many of y'all prayers have been answered? And that's why, sometimes people have so much doubt and fear. And sometimes we see people who are very deep in the church be very fearful and doubtful, because in real life, you begging and a lot of your prayers be missing on the desk of getting answered, and you really don't trust that your prayers are going to get answered, because a lot of times they don't, because you're begging.
Yeah, I realize that what other people believe in doing just ain't got nothing to do with me.
No, A-Town. I did not run for the altar. I got a little hunched a couple of times. I was like, no, I'm gonna stay right
My
here.
thing is, I'm going to let the church have the church, and I'm gonna mind my business, and y'all do you, and then I'm gonna do me. Because the thing is, when people really start seeing that you can have a transformed reality, the very people that's running to church are gonna be running to you. Now they may still go to church, but when they come to when they can see that your life, that you're able to transform your life, and that you're able to get a prayer through.
Yeah.
They're gonna be skipping the pastor's line, and they're gonna be running to Mia's line.
Yeah.
And they're gonna say, "Hey, Mia, I heard that you speak the word, and it don't return unto you void. Can you pray? Can you speak a word for me?
Yeah.
Can you? I need. I'm unemployed, or I don't have enough income, or my body, or whatever. And you send forth that word.
You have to, and it's very peaceful. And you don't have to worry about things, and you don't have to worry about being a wannabe your whole life.
Yeah. But I had to come to the realization that what other people believe really is none of my business, and they get to have that. They get to have that, and I'm going to let them have it. It's not for me to condemn. We don't condemn the sleep, because they're asleep.
Absolutely.
So how you gonna condemn people for not knowing?
Exactly.
And they're in search of answers too, and they think the church has it, just like I thought the church house had it, right? I thought the pastors knew it, but the pastors are going to mystics as well. They're going to the spiritualists. They're going to, they just ain't telling people that they, like, that's it.
Yeah.
That's
boy,
it.
oh boy, when you wake up and realize that you missed out on heaven all your years here, and you were supposed to have it here. And you go and you be like, oh, so what you gonna do? Ain't no heaven and hell. What? I've been waiting for this whole time. No.
Well, it's part of the dream. It's part of the dream, and we'll let people have their dream. It's like, now that we know the truth, what are we going to do with it, right?
Yes.
How are we going to utilize this knowledge and apply it to our everyday life, and really speak life over us? What is it that we want? What is it that we want to see in the world, right? So you'll get exactly what you see,
Absolutely. And it's so true. Your world is a mirror, and you just have to kind of paint it to what you want it to look like. And if you don't like what it looks like, you got to work on the inside and be transformed and kind of change some things around. And it's just really effective. And I just always like to share little things. And even if it's little, even if it doesn't relate to, everybody in the chat, everybody's not dating. Everyone's not trying to get money. But, I just like to share it, because just to say it works. It's just an example of things that work.
Absolutely.
In any aspect of your life. So, yeah.
Absolutely. That's beautiful. Love that. Yep. Enjoy it. Have fun with the dating. Have fun,
Yes, he said he'd be going to Cowboys games, and he's a very fun guy. And so we're gonna see. I will keep you updated.
Nice. That's beautiful. Have fun with life. That's what we're here to enjoy life. I know we can look at the world, and people can say, well, how, with the world in this state that it's in, how can you be happy? How can you be joyful? Well, what is another sad person gonna do? What me being sad, how's that gonna add to, make the world better? if we just got a whole bunch of sad folks walking around, right? Like, no, we want to uplift. Hey, Kev, hey, right? So it doesn't help the world to have the whole world be sad. No, you're to be the light of the world, right? You're to be the example of joy, of peace, of love, so that people know that it's possible, right? You're to be the example. You know, if we all are, swimming and sinking, how does that help anyone? Hold on. Turn the TV off. Okay. And put that watch on and come back up here once you have your watch on. Hey, to talk to the grandson. But yeah, I don't understand why people want everyone to be miserable. I know they say misery loves company, but so does happy. Happy loves company too. So we all, let's have the mindset of being an example of what we want to see in the world. And the best thing we can do is to not look at others and see others as condemning others for their beliefs, right? Because we all believed haphazardly at one time. We all believed, unknowingly, ignorantly, right? Unwisely, until we realized, oh, our thoughts are creative, that we no longer have to beg and plead for reality. We just have to command it. We don't have to look for anything outside of us to transform the things that's happening in our life. All we have to do is change the way we think about life. The moment we decide to think differently, that's when the world shows up differently. And just be sincere about it. Don't try to figure out how it's going to happen. Like Key was saying, like Mia was saying, I want the soft life. And so then this gentleman shows up and he's a really nice guy and he's a provider. And that's exactly what I'm looking for. Key, I wanted, to reestablish some friendships that had kind of, dissolved due to the dissolution of a marriage, right? And so so did the friendships went with the marriage, right? And then just deciding that I would really like to rekindle some of those relationships. I really miss those girlfriends. I really miss those relationships, those friendships. And not trying to figure out how, not try to make it happen, but just putting it out there, just deciding that's what you want it to be, and then allowing it to be. Just allowing it to be. Your only job in this life is to make a decision, right? Decide what it is that you want and then believe that you can have it. So simple. You're not called to make a thing so. You're not trying to influence the outside world. Remember, the world is the world of effects. Nothing happens from the effects. Everything happens from the cause. And remember, your cause is the mind, your awareness, your consciousness. That's where the cause begin. You're looking for the why, not the how. The why is mental. The why is the word. The how, not your work. You do get to decide what is it that you want? And then why do you get it? Because you think you can have it. How do you get it? Nobody knows. Your mom still in picture time?
No.
Okay, when I said 6, come back in. Okay. All right, so say I love happy company. I know that's right. So, and know Isaiah 55:11. Because your word is God, right? In the beginning was the word. The word was with God and the word was God. You can say this: so shall my word then, so shall my God be that goes forth. It shall not return unto me void, but it shall accomplish the thing which I please, and it shall prosper in the thing to where I send it. My God shall supply all of my needs according to its riches and glory in who? Christ Jesus. And who is the Christ? The power and the wisdom of good, of God, right? And God is law, and thought is in which the law operates, right? Because remember, all is one and the one is all. There is no separateness there. It's unity, it's union, not division, right? You understand that religious organizations divide and conquer. The Bible unifies, it unites. It's unity of the spirit. It helps you to remember that everything is I am. I am everything, and everything is I am. There is no separateness there. God is not separate from his creation. God literally became its creation. I and my Father are one, says the Christ. However, the Father is always greater. What does that mean? That the Creator is always greater than its creation. That the conceiver is always greater than its conception. That you, being the Creator, is always greater than anything you manifest. That's what it means. So that's why you don't what? Give praise to created things. All praise belong to what? The Creator, the mind, the imagination, the source. That's who gets the praise. That's who the glory belongs to. So you don't worship money, right? You don't worship people, right? You understand that it's your mind that you appreciate. That's all worship means, is to appreciate, to make, to magnify. Oh, magnify the Lord with me, which means what? Make bigger, appreciate, expand, make grand, make bigger. That's all right. Appreciation means to do what? Add value. Like we were talking about the other day about the zero. The zero adds value to any number. Why? Because the zero is the absolute. It is the wholeness of all things. So when you have one and you add zeros to it, what you have done, increase its value. Well, how did you increase the value of one? You added yourself to it, because you are the absolute. You are the wholeness. You are the perfection. You are the all. Oh, thank you. Thank you, Kev. Hello, Keith.
Hey, how you doing?
I'm great. How are you?
Oh, I'm doing great. Just enjoying your conversation.
Oh, I appreciate that. Thank you.
Yeah, I guess I must have hit a request by accident. I was just showing you some love. You know, little
Oh,
love caps on there.
okay. No problem. No problem. Thank you for showing the love. I
Yeah.
appreciate that.
All
I'll
right.
put you
Well, I
down.
appreciate the information.
Okay. Thank you so
Okay,
much.
I appreciate you.
Bye bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
So, what word are you sending forth? You must know the word you send forth shall what? Not return void. It always comes back. Always. Hello, Kev. How are you?
I'm great.
Oh, good to
It's
hear.
so good to have you back again.
Oh, thank you, thank you, thank you.
I just wanted to make a comment about the decision that we make and deciding, like you constantly teach, is the key in manifestation. And I say in manifestation, not to manifestation, because decision this determines the outcome. Your decision determines your outcome.
Yes.
And not deciding is a decision.
Yep.
When someone says, well, I can't decide, well, you just made a decision. My point is, we make hundreds of decisions in our mind. I won't even say daily, hourly.
Mhm.
We're always making decisions, which is why we are always manifesting. I really want to bring that home. If I was thinking about the other day, if I was sitting having at the table having a meal with someone, and I asked them, or they asked me, can I pass them the salt? It's such a small thing in common courtesy. I won't go into, well, you know, you got high blood pressure. You know, you got no business eating a whole lot of salt. You know, you don't need a whole lot. I don't get into all that. I just pick up the salt shaker and hand it to them. And if they're appreciative, they may say, in reply, they may say, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
And I may reply, you're welcome. Well, what if they were trying to manifest something that they asked for? And for example, I hand them the salt shaker and they ask me, are you going to hand me the salt shaker? I said, what are you talking about? I just gave it to you. And they said, where? I said, it's right there in your hand. You already have it. And then they go, I don't see it. I said, so are we doing this right now? You got the salt shaker right there in your hand. You're like, what hand? Right there. And you point to it. It's right there in your hand. I don't see it. So because you don't see it, you don't think I just gave you the salt shaker? You already said thank you for handing me the salt shaker. What do you mean you don't have it? That's how our manifestations go sometimes.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, it sounds good to ask for it, name it, claim it. But you don't believe you got the salt shaker.
Mm-hmm.
You don't believe you're holding the salt shaker. You think that what you asked for have not been given to you.
Mm.
So we have to learn or remember that everything we speak comes into our reality, no matter what it is, whether it's what we intend or what we do not intend.
Yes.
The law doesn't decide for us. That's why you have free will.
Yep.
Because whatever you say, the universe don't judge it. It say, I got you. What next? What do you want? Well, I don't want this. Well, stop talking about it. Because I have to give you whatever you say you have. Even though you may not really want it.
Mm-hmm.
If you keep talking about it, you say, well, let me keep it alive. Let me keep let me keep feeding it.
Yep.
And then turn around and say, if I was the one arguing with you that I don't have the salt shaker, you would get frustrated to the point where you say, you know what? I'm done with this. I'm not going to go back and forth with you. I'm looking at you holding the salt shaker. When you finally realize that you're the one holding the salt shaker, then you'll use it. And that's how we are. You have to realize you're the one holding the salt shaker. It's already been given to you. That which you desire is already in your presence. The reason it's now, it's always now. There really is no time delay. There's just a illusion of time delay. It's already been created. You are the creator. In Genesis 1, when God said, soon as he said, It was. Am
Yes.
I right about it?
Yes. Yes.
That's how we are.
Yes.
God didn't say, let me manifest. He spoke. And that which he spoke immediately came into existence. What was the first thing he spoke? He said, let there be what? Light. You are the one that creates the let your light shine. It didn't say, plug in the light bulb so we can have some light. Go get a light bulb, get a lampshade, and plug it in so we'll have light. He just spoke it, just like you speak it. And the sooner you accept who you are, the better off you will be living the life you want to have. I just want to say something real quick. That's all.
Oh, we appreciate that. We needed that great example, that analogy of the salt shaker, of already having it in your hand, but not realizing that it's already there.
Yeah, you already have it.
Yep. Yep. You already possess all things. You're just making the unseen visible through what? Your word. Because the
Right.
word
And
that you speak, it is spirit and it is life. It's
right.
what
Just
causes things, the invisible, to be seen, to be
just
made
like
visible.
just like you are spiritual, you are unseen. Your avatar is seen by, everybody else and you looking in the mirror,
Hmm.
but you have always existed.
Yes.
You didn't just show up here in 19 whatever, the month and the date and the time. You've always been here. You've always been here, and that what you desire in this playground we call earth, which only exists in our mind.
Hmm.
You don't see with your eyes, you see with your awareness.
Yes.
Your eyes can deceive you, but your awareness cannot.
Mm.
So this is your fault, Toya, because you haven't been here in a while, and I got all this stuff built up.
Like a geyser, huh? Like a volcano ready to erupt, huh?
Right. But it's out of love.
Yes,
I
yes, yeah.
love people
Appreciate that.
so much. Love you and all of the listeners and the people that come up. And I got shared with one person that was on the live. I don't need you to agree with the way I think and the way I am in order for me to love you.
Yes, yes. Beautifully said. That's it. That's it. That's it. Love that. We love and appreciate you too as well, Kev. And so we have Andriel. Hello. You can unmute.
Hi.
Hello, how are
Hi, can you hear
you?
me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Hey. Okay, glad you're back. I'm glad you had a great time in Cancun. That's
Yes.
one of the places I want to go. I was just I just celebrated my birthday November 11th. So
Oh, happy birthday.
I thank you.
Yes.
Yeah, but we were just talking about I remember you talking about manifestation and stuff like that. And I've been up here in Atlanta for a very long time, and being homesick, missing my family, So I always wanted to celebrate my birthday with my sisters. And so it started with a thought. I just want them to come up and we just have us a great time. And mind you, my sisters, they never used to get along. They always used to be bickering and stuff like that. And so in my mind, I just always imagine us just going out, having us a nice time, just really enjoying each other, and just being sisters, bonding. And so I just started speaking. I said, you know what, we're gonna have a nice time. We're gonna bond. This is gonna be a great time. My sister called me and she said, guess what? I'm coming up for your birthday. And I was like, what? Uncle Boo just called, told me she's coming up for my birthday. And I was like, well, okay, you know. And so my other sister was already up here. And so I was just like, when I tell you, Toyia, we had us a nice time. We went to this place out here called Block and Drum. And it was celebrating 80s music and stuff like that. And we was just really having us a nice time bonding.
That's
And the thing
right.
is, I kept speaking and I kept imagining us, you know, actually having a good time. And when I tell you, it was just the best birthday ever. You know what I'm saying? Because I'm like, y'all just don't know how much y'all blessed me to be, all of us be together. And it's just joyous. And I just kept picturing it in my mind, kept seeing it in my mind of us having a good time, them two bonding and having a good time, you know? And it was just amazing.
That is beautiful.
I just wanted to share that because when they say you see it first within, and then it'll come, you know, outside and it would show up in your experience. I'm like, wow, I just kept seeing it. I just kept seeing you know, just having fun, enjoying each other, us laughing and joking, us, you know, it was amazing. We was in a car just vibing to music. We was dancing, we was drinking. I mean, we had so much fun. And then my sister's like, you know what, I'm gonna come up again. We're gonna come up, we're gonna do this again, and we're gonna do this and we're gonna do that. We are planning our next, you know, thing to do together.
That's
you know,
beautiful.
and so yeah, it's just really, really I mean, try not to cry about it because it was just really, really good to see that, you know, but you have what you say and you speak what you want. And our words really are spiritual. Our words really are powerful. And you really have to get rid of the, you know, like the negative voices and stuff like that. And even ignore what other people say.
Yeah.
But really like, just really speak what you want to believe is going to, and it happened. You know what I'm saying? Just to see that. And other things happened too, like more surprises was happening to me because I kept speaking like, you know, goodness and mercy shall follow me everywhere I go. I kept speaking like life over myself. You know what I'm saying? I had money coming from the north, south, east, and west. Girl, I have money coming to. I'm like, money coming to. You know, I'm just like, oh my goodness. I'm like, all right, babe, I got money coming to me. I mean, money coming to me unexpectedly. I'm grateful, you know. And it's just, you have what you say and just believe it and just understand like your word is spirit. Your word is powerful. So what you say, you speak over something, it will happen the way you speak it. You know, so for me, it's just been amazing. I just wanted to share, you know, my you know, manifesting thing this week. But I just really was really happy to be around my sisters and just to really celebrate my birthday and really have a true girls' night out because around my kids, because they know I'm truly mom mode. I'm always with my kids. I'm always doing something. So my sister's like, you need to get out, Drell, and have fun. Them kids are gonna be all right. Just come on, you know. So it's always just me and my kids, you know. So, but it was really nice to just get dressed, get dolled up, have fun, and enjoy ourselves, you know. So it was nice.
Oh, so happy for you. That's beautiful.
Thank you.
Yay. Yep. Oh, this is what it's all about. Using your mind to create the reality you want. Like you say, you should have what you say. So what are you saying? What are you saying? What are you decreeing? What are you declaring? What word are you sending forth? Because it's not going to come back void, right? Your word is your bond. You are bound by your word, by the things that come out of your mouth, right? And what's so beautiful about this law is I have to reiterate and say over and over and over again is that it is merciful. If you somehow mistakenly, haphazardly bring an experience into your life, you don't have to accept it. You get to revise it. That's what the script says when it uses the script, when it says, do not let don't let the sun go down upon your wrath. Why be angry about the day when you can revise it? Why be angry about the day when you can change it? You have the power to remember things differently. And knowing this, you are without excuse. You don't have to complain. You don't have to be mad. You don't have to worry. All you have to do is what? Think again. Just repent. Just what? Have a radical change of mind. Decide to think differently about your life. It's so simple. It's so easy. It's so simple and easy.
I have one thing to share, if I may.
Yes.
There's this audiobook I was reading because I love Your Lives and also Bertha Lives, where she be suggesting different books. And there's a author named Walter C. Lane that he has. It's a book called Accepting and Rejecting. It is so good.
Is it?
It really is. I get surprised that the year that book was written. I think that book was written like in 1921, if I'm not mistaken. But it's talking about that, like exactly what you said. It's talking about accepting and rejecting. Like you don't have to, you can reject things. You don't have to accept it. You can change it. And use the I am. And so it's really good. So I just been like honestly on a rabbit hole on different books and everything. Because like I think I told you before, like this is new to me, a new journey for me, and I'm loving everything that I'm learning so far. And it's just been having a lot of aha moments, like, oh, so that's what that means. Oh, so that's what that scripture means, like, the whole time, So it's just a lot of reading that I have been doing by different authors, and just been introduced to like, Reverend Ike. I binged him, girl. I think I listened to over 40 sermons, like just binging, binging him. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. I understand. I get it.
Yeah. So binging him, and then jumping on Walter C. Lanyon, then Joseph Murphy, then Neville Goddard. Then I'm like, oh my goodness, so many, and I'm just soaking it all up, And then I have my Bible, and it's like, this is amazing to me. You know what I'm saying? I just feel so much freedom of a new way of thinking and, believing and seeing things different and just being open. I'm not the type of person that's closed minded. I'm open to see, okay, let me, listen to this point of view. You know what I'm saying? And stuff like that. I think, this is my personal opinion, I think things will be better. People would just be open to listen to a different perspective versus like, oh no, it's this way. It's that, stuff like that,
Right,
so
right.
that's the thing I think. And just being okay to agree or disagree. The world is not going to end if, we don't always have to be in agreement.
Right.
But we can say, oh, okay, I never thought about it that way. Okay, all right, and that's okay to be like that. Just to be open to say, okay, I see where you're coming from. Or okay, well, I guess this where me and you split. You on that side, I'm on this side. But,
Right.
but it's okay.
That's okay. Yep.
It's okay. It's all right.
No, right. Everybody's not going to agree with everything. Like, like I agree with Neville that Jesus Christ didn't exist. Well, a lot of people don't share that, and they're like, oh, you're wrong. He did exist. I'm like, we don't have proof, and it doesn't really matter. That's just my personal opinion. You don't have to agree with me.
Yeah, I mean, and there's this thing, and that's the thing, like, and it's okay, we still can show love towards each other. You know what I'm saying? Because I believe different, and it's okay, but we still can be in agreement. At the same time, like there's people who are saying, oh, they're not following Christ, they following Paul. You got that split going on right now. So you got so much stuff going on, and to me, it's like, you know what? At the end of the day, it's your journey, it's your life, it's, what I'm saying? It's how
that's all that matters. Because the thing is, it's not what's right, it's what works. Does it work? We get caught up in talking about what's right or wrong. That's not even the question. The question is, does it work?
And that's what I was saying, because I was telling my sister, I was like, because we was talking about it, I was like, if you can look at your life and you're happy and you're full of joy and you're full of peace, and how
no matter what anyone else thinks,
no matter what nobody else thinks, if you look at your life and you're successful and you're happy, you are genuinely happy, then all that matters. It's how you live in your life. You out not hurting nobody, but it's how you live in your life. That's how I look at it. You know what I'm saying? We have all these different many religions and stuff like that. I'm like, you know what? Look, are you happy? You know, at the end of the day, do you have joy? And if you don't, I mean, at the end, I mean, that's something that's an internal work. I had no time worrying about what somebody else doing. I'm trying to get me together. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't got time looking at this and looking at that.
Right, because if people find peace in Allah, people find peace in Jehovah, people find peace in Krishna,
exactly.
People find peace in Jesus, people find peace, then why would you want to take away their peace?
Exactly.
Let people have their peace.
Their peace.
Now, if Jesus not doing it for you, you need to question some things. If Jehovah ain't blessing you, you need to question some things, right? If Allah is only bringing down the hammer, you need to question some things. That's all.
Yeah, that's the only thing I look at it too. I mean, I just know for me in my experience, like I can say, I only speak for me. It's just, I can say, I grew up in the church. I was born in church until the age of 13 when my parents got a divorce. And got back in the church when I was 15 years old. I had a different experience there. It was crazy. But anyway, it was all fear-based. Mm-hmm. And I didn't like being, you know, in fear, being scared. You know, I think I mentioned this before when I talked to you before. I didn't like always like, if you do this wrong thing, God gonna get you. You're gonna be in hell by tomorrow. You know, I didn't want to be like that anymore.
You know,
like,
pins and needles and
needles. You know what I'm saying? Stuff like that. And it was just like, it's just crazy. And one thing that stood out to me that Reverend Ike said that really had me like laughing, but it was so crazy. He said, we are mirrors of each other, like, you know. Mm-hmm. And so he said, if you see it was a minister that told him, said, I'm trying to think of word it right. He said, anytime a pastor is preaching on something like a sin, he's dealing with that. He's dealing with that sin. And I was like, oh my God. And I'm just not going to go down that rabbit hole. A lot of stuff, different churches I went to, girl. But anyway, you know what I'm saying? So I'm not going to.
Well, they will always say the message is first to the messenger.
The messenger, yes. You know, so, but it's, to me, like I say, it's a personal, it's a journey. It's a personal walk. It's your own awakening. You know what I'm saying? It's you. And this feels so right to me. And it's like, cause I remember praying like, Lord, I don't want to be deceived. And I'm telling you, I was led to different books. Read this book, read that book, read this, read that. And I'm like, what? You know, and I'm up here reading this stuff. And I'm like, wait, you gotta be kidding me. Are you serious? Are you serious?
The eyes have been open. It's like I was blind, but now I see. See, that's what people think. Not that you can be healed physically of blindness, but the blindness that is referring to is spiritual blindness, right?
Yeah, exactly.
The lame walking is spiritual lameness. It's not to say that you can be physical, but we think healing should look a certain way, but healing really could mean just exiting the body. Mm-hmm. But people are like, well, God didn't heal them. Maybe they were ready to leave this realm, leave this dimension. Maybe the being limited by the physical body, they were ready to exit stage left. Mm-hmm. But you know, some of us are selfish and we're like, oh no, I want my loved ones here. I need them to stay longer. But maybe they were just tired of being sick or tired of this thing we call life. Mm-hmm. Because for whatever reason, they couldn't see the joy of it. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Or they did all they could and they and they were just ready to depart. They lived a great life and they're like, okay, it's on to the next adventure.
Yeah. But I just want to thank you for letting me come up and just wanted to share my bit. And thank you so much. But like I said, I have saw your lives before and it was just like, girl, just listen. Let's see what she's talking about. I'm like, okay, let me see. And I'm like, I'm grateful that I jumped on your live. I'm grateful that I jumped on Bertha's, and it's just really eye opening. I'm just grateful for this journey because I really felt like I was just being led for this. But I just want to say thank you again, and also to many other people who shared their stories, their testimonies. It really has been a blessing, and I'm just grateful. Really, really,
Yes,
truly
I
grateful.
appreciate you. Yes, I
So,
appreciate everyone that comes across this live and shares and offers their perspective, because we're always remembering and expanding with one another. And that's all it's about. Yep. Such a beautiful
thank
thing.
you.
I'm so glad that you are able to have the relationship you want with your sisters. That's a beautiful thing.
Yes,
Yes.
I'll tell you, so happy because they always used to be fighting, but now it's different, and I like that, it was saying, I remember it was that way, but now it's this way. They are getting
Yes.
along. They are having we are enjoying each other, and so it's all in our speaking, how we talk, and so it's like, I'm not giving energy to the past. That's over.
Yep.
My words is going to go to what's happening now. Now they're getting along. Now they're laughing and joking. Now we're having a great time with each other,
Yep.
and
Yep.
it's always the now and not living in the past. Okay, when the thoughts come up, yeah, I know that happened, but now this is happening. Yeah, I remember that, but now I'm here. I'm not that person anymore. I'm not thinking that way anymore. You know
Yep.
what I'm saying? Especially when we deal with these negative thoughts that come up and try to pull us back. Like, no, no, I'm not there no more. Thank you for the memory. However, this is happening now. This is where I'm at right now. You know what I'm saying? Like, this is me now. You know what I'm saying? And this is what we're doing now. This is what I'm doing now. This is how I'm talking now. And just not giving energy or any type of flow to that,
Yeah,
because you don't
it's
want to
about
relive
taking
that.
your power back, right? Remembering that you hold that you always held the key. We thought the key
Yeah.
was in someone else's hand when the key was always within us. And coming to
Yeah.
their realization that the key to all my desires, I am the door and I am the key,
Hmm.
right? I am and the door
Exactly.
was always open. It was never locked. It was only locked from
Hmm.
within. But the moment you
Yeah.
turn the key, which is what? Remembering. The key was
Remembering.
remembrance. That's all.
Hmm.
The moment you start
Yes.
remembering who you were, you unlock the door to your success.
Yeah.
And the
And that's
only
the
thing you have to
thing.
do is walk through it.
Exactly. That's the thing. And even with things, like different stuff that pop up, I just keep saying everything is always working out for me. Everything is working out for my highest good. Everything's going to be okay.
Yep.
I started saying, and things always do, and I don't think about how it's going to work out. I don't do that because it's not my concern.
Yep. Yep.
And that's the piece that comes when you are not worrying about how it's going to work out. You just know within you it's going to work out, especially when you're saying everything is going to work out for me. Even when you're crying, even when you're upset, even when you have those emotions, like, you still just be like, you know what, everything still is going to work out for me, and it will, And so I had my moments, I'm crying, I'm upset, I'm like, oh, you know what, get back, everything is going to work out, it's going to be okay, and it do.
Yeah.
A check would come, something would happen unexpectedly, things were like, oh my God, you know what I'm saying, and I just want to say this, you have to be real careful what you say, even when you're joking. Okay? Because I remember saying, like, oh, girl, I should have been a lawyer. Oh, girl, I should have been a lawyer. Should have been a lawyer. Toyia, why, girl, was presented with a court case, girl? I was like, I know you lying. I was like, what? I know you lying. Look.
I did not need no opportunity to really.
I didn't know it was going. And I've been saying, and I told him, I said, girl, I've been saying that, looking up behind in the courthouse, girl, fighting. I'm like, I don't believe this mess. But yes, everything still worked out for me. But still, I'm like, you gotta watch what you say, even when you're joking. So, like, your word is power, baby. You feel like, oh my God. I'm like, wait a minute, you gotta pull up now. Wait, you really got. Make sure you speak what you want, honey. Make sure you speak what you want.
So shall
You
my
gonna find
word be that
what
goes
you gonna
forth
eat
out
it.
of my mouth.
Look, you gonna eat that. You gonna eat that. Look here the steak and potatoes, baby. You just ate. You just said and I eat it, girl. Look, when I tell you, I was like, I don't believe this mess. What? I was like, oh my God. So yeah, just be careful what you be saying and joking, because you will find yourself. The word is power. Word is spirit. Okay, speak what you want. Speak what exactly what you want, not what you don't want. Okay, but
That
yeah,
part. That part.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. Yes. Understanding that.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Yes, that was girl. When I tell you, I said I don't believe this. I was like, what? Yeah. So yeah, everything still worked out for me. I still won.
That's it.
You know, but
that's
it was just, you know, even in that, I'm speaking everything gonna work out. Everything is gonna work out. You know, it's just like, what in the world? You know, so yeah, just be careful what you say.
Yes.
But thank you for having me again. I don't know how to drop down from here. I'm still learning. But thank you so much. My kids looking at Mom, where the food at? So I gotta go cook for my kids. But thank you.
No problem. Okay. Thank you so much for joining. We appreciate it. Have a great day.
You too.
Oh, beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Yep. This is the purpose, is to show and prove, to prove to yourself that your word is the creator, that your word is the power, that your thoughts are things that once you put it out there, once you say what it is, once you make a decision, you know, I know people want to confuse you with where are the thoughts from, who originated the thought. None of that is important at the end of the day. The thing is that you're having the thought, and you get to choose the thoughts that you have. You get to choose this day who you will serve, which is the word. Which word are you going to serve? Which thought are you going to think? You have the power to decide. The power lies at your feet. Now you can argue all day about who originated the thought, where did the thought come from? Is it your thought? Are you the thought? Are you the observer having a thought? Who cares? You just need to know that you're having them, and you're always having them. You're always thinking. Until you're able to, even when you get into the quiet of your mind and you're able to steal the thought, right? Once you come out of that moment of meditation, you start thinking again. You begin to start have thoughts. Even while you're asleep, are you not thinking? Are your thoughts not becoming pictures? Remember, words are just what? Pictures. Pictures are words. Words are pictures. So as you're dreaming, what are you doing? Thinking. You're having conversations with people, right? Conversations spring forth from thought. That's what words come from your thinking, right? So you argue over where they originate from, who's having them. Are you the thinker or is it the observer? All of that. To me, you're just trivializing and trying to make easy difficult. Because at the end of the day, it is your word that comes forth. And it is your word that you experience. Yours. Not the television, not the government, not your academic institutions, not your favorite TikToker or YouTuber, not your children, not your mother, your grandparents, your parents, your siblings, your best friends, your significant other. It's your thought. Because all of those entities are extensions of you, but it all comes from within you. So you can blame the government, but you must understand the government is just a reflection of you. It's reflect you as you see the government, that's how the government will be to you. How you see the television, how you see social media, your algorithm. Remember, it's your algorithm. Your algorithm is specifically curated for you because you're going to see whatever you're giving your attention to. Whatever you're scrolling and stopping and watching, that's what you like. And you got to be honest with it. Be honest. Yeah, I like listening to this type of stuff. Yes, I like engaging in this. Because if you didn't like it, it wouldn't be there. You keep looking at it, liking it, spending 10 seconds. I think all it take with TikTok, the FYP, it only take you like 5 seconds to engage when it's going to give you another one. It's going to give you another one. And it's going to give you another one. So I suggest if you want to change your algorithm, start liking the things you want to see more of. And that's what you'll see more of. And hurry up and give no attention to the thing you don't want to see anymore. Because remember, where attention goes, energy flows. So what you give your attention to, you magnify. What you give your attention to, you expand. So if you don't like all the toxic stuff, then stop giving your attention to the toxic stuff. If you don't want to, hear people talk about, oh my goodness, relationships are hard, or it's difficult to find a good man or a good woman, or, money is scarce, the economy is in a bad place. And, if that's not something you're wanting to manifest in your reality, you have to stop giving your attention to that type of conversation. You have to, see my algorithm on TikTok. You want to know what videos I get? Where people talking about soft life, rich life, where people are talking about manifestation. Like 90% of my algorithm on TikTok is about manifestation. Sometimes I get football because now I started following the Bears on TikTok. I wasn't always following them, so now I'm getting more of that, right? Especially with them winning. They're putting out a lot more videos, so I follow them on Instagram, I follow them on TikTok, I listen to them on YouTube, so I get more videos of them, and I'll stitch them or I'll share their videos because I like football. That's something I like, so that's what I give my attention to, right? And then I give my attention to, I see stuff talking about this time next year, we're going to be millionaires. This time next year, so I get those. Everybody that has made a video to that sound, I get that video, right? And then I get videos of people talking about, doing those quick little videos about designer type living, right? They're showing the yachts, the money, the designer clothes, and the designer, that's what I see. I see that on one. Then I see those who are also sharing this truth, Now, sometimes I will speed past through those because sometimes they will kind of make it sound like, make manifesting sound like it's this chore or it's difficult, or trying to tell you why you aren't getting anything. You're getting everything that you believe you can have. If you believe that life is hard, you're going to get it. If you believe that life is easy, you're going to get it. If you think money is hard to come by, or you got to be tested and tried, your faith has to be shown, has to be proven through fire, then guess what? That's what's going to happen. But if you can say that everything works out for me and things come to me with ease and with flow and continuously and in harmony with who I am, that's what you're going to get. You always get what you believe you can have. The law makes no mistakes. That's why the law is perfect. For I am the Lord, the law, and I change not. The law is not changing for anyone. I don't care who you are. So if you want inspiration and you want to understand about, people that have created the life that maybe you want, become fascinated with the life that you want. Your social media suggests to be about the life that you want to see, right? You want to see abundance. You want to see health. You want abundance flowing in your reality. You want health in your reality. You want symbiotic relationships, harmonious relationships. That's what you should be watching. If you're watching relationships that talk about difficulty, challenges, and people cheating and lying and taking advantage of and being scammed or narcissism, shouldn't be surprised if you start to see that in your reality. Because your attention is your agreement to it. Do you not know that? The moment you give your attention to those things, you're agreeing to that reality. Why would you agree to the things you don't want to see in your world? Why would you agree to people talking about narcissism? Why would you agree to people talking about toxic relationships? I mean, unless that's what you live for. Because some people live for the drama. But just own it. Stop saying you don't like the drama when you know you love it. Stop saying you don't like the petty when you know you live for it. Stop saying you don't like narcissism when that's all you can't get enough of it. I don't know what law is called. The only law I know is the law of being. It's whatever you believe to be true will be true for you. And your belief is your attention. Whatever you're giving your attention to, that's your belief. Remember, Abraham Hicks reminded us a belief is just a thought you keep on thinking, and your thoughts are playing out in your algorithm. Your algorithm shows you what you think. Remember, your world is a mirror. It's always mirroring back to you your consciousness. Not theirs, yours. Remember, your platform is an extension of you. You can say, oh, the government, this, oh, these TikTokers, oh, they're crazy, oh, that YouTuber, oh my, no, they're you. The people you're complaining about, you're just complaining about you. Because it's your awareness that you're communicating with, not anyone else's. It's you. Like Reverend Ike says, I don't mean anyone but me. Are you willing to accept that you don't meet anyone in the world but you? That's a hard pill for people to swallow. Wait a minute. So everybody I'm complaining about I'm just really complaining about me. Yep. Because the moment you complain about it is the moment you agree to it. Because how are you going to complain about something that doesn't exist? Impossible. You can't complain about something that doesn't exist. Because if it didn't exist for you, then you wouldn't be talking about it. But the fact that you're talking about it makes it real in your world. Not in my world, not in your neighbors, just your world. So when people start having conversations that I don't agree with, I don't say anything and I change the conversation in my mind. And then I walk away from it because I have nothing to add to the conversation. Because it's not my worldview. I have no idea what you're talking about. You have to be willing to raise the standard for you to be the standard in your reality. You have to remember that you are main character in your world. You're the main character. You're not the supporting character in your own life. Why would you be a supporting character in your life? Be the main character of your story. So this is your story. What story are you telling? I only see wealth. So then only see wealth. That means on TikTok, on YouTube, on Instagram, on Facebook, you should only be seeing wealth. You know, my Instagram, like I even got my Instagram and my Facebook right too. I only see people talking about manifestation. Like, and those of you who follow my Facebook group that are part of the Facebook group, you see that I share that stuff that Felicia Rashad has said, Debbie Allen has said, people that are of Nation of Islam. Like, you see that I share those things on Facebook. That's what my Instagram and that's what my Facebook and my TikTok looks like. That's what I give my attention to. What are you giving your attention to? Because that's what's expanding in your reality. So if you're really about the soft life, that's what you should be watching. You should be fascinated with, oh, Women that live the soft, yeah, they don't work. Yeah, they're well taken care of. Yeah, their only decision of the day is what are we going to eat? You're trying to decide, yeah, who's going to come clean my home? Am I going to clean it or are we going to have someone else clean it? Yeah, what trips are we taking? How often are we going? Right? And it's not that you can't create your own soft life and be the boss babe too, right? You could be the boss babe too and still have the soft life because your company can run without you really having to do much, but other than envisioning that it's running well and that you're free to give direction or directives from your villa in Thailand, or you can go to Pilates or yoga 3 to 5 times a week and you're taking 30-minute, Zoom calls or what have you. Because it's not saying that you can't have the soft life and still have your own business. It's whatever you say. Remember, it's whatever you say. How do you want your business to run? Like, State of Myself was saying, right? She was like, I want my $1 billion business to run seamlessly without me having to do much. Where I'm waking up, just going about my day, and I'm not hands on, right? That the business itself runs itself. So all you have to do is what? Live in the end. Live in the end of that state. What does your life look like that you have a business that runs seamlessly and you still get to enjoy the soft life? You're not stressing. You're not trying to put out fires. You're not doing any of that because it runs seamlessly. Everything that happens, if there's a decision that needs to be made, if there's something that needs to be redirected, okay, you are going to be the last person that they call, which means you get very few calls. Right? Because you got systems in place for people to handle those type of things. Like the last person they call is going to be you, which means you don't get many calls. Because it's a well-oiled machine. Right? What does the soft girl era look like for you? Because this is no one size fits all. You get to write the story of your life. You get to tell the story. Tell the story. And then what you have to do? Remain faithful to the story. See, don't tell the story and then 2 days later you telling something totally different from the one you just, like, which one is it? And then 3 days later you tell another story. Then 5 days later you tell, it has to stay on course. Keep saying the same story. Keep telling the same story. Unless you have decided you don't want it anymore. And then decide something different. But when you decide something different, remain faithful to that. And then faithful to that. And then you have to remain faithful to that. Then you have to remain faithful to that. And you want to stop saying that things are hard, because consciousness says you're right. It is for you. It is for you. It's going to be very hard for you. You're going to look at other people like, man, everything seemed to be so easy for them. They just sin and just happen. Oh my goodness, I want to be like that. But everything just seemed to be so difficult for me. I don't know, everything that I do, everything that I want to happen, I just feel like I got to go through fire. Everything got to happen, got to be so difficult. I got to be tested. I got to be tried. Yeah, you got to be, because you keep saying that. You get whatever you say. So why wouldn't you be like the Wiz and say, I'm going to ease on down the road, and I'm not going to carry nothing that might be a load, because I'm going to ease on down the road. See, I love that everything works out for me, and I ain't even got to try to figure out how it's going to happen because it's already done. I love that for me. I love that all I have to do is make a choice, make a decision. That's all I have to do. I don't have to fret. I don't have to worry. I don't have to doubt. I don't have to make it happen. All I have to do is decide. I love that for me. I love that all I have to do is make a decision. I love that all I have to do is go to bed at night and say, and get directives to my subconscious mind of the day I want to have tomorrow. And then as I wake up, I say, thank you for the day that I already planned out. Everything just worked out wonderfully for me. Life is so amazing. Everything that I wanted came to pass. This was the perfect day. Like, think of, if this was your best day ever, what does that look like? If this was your best day ever, what does your best day ever look like? And then tomorrow, let that be your best day ever. So what does that day look like? And then the next day, let that be the best day ever. And then what does that day look like? Right? And you keep every day having the best day ever. Like SpongeBob. It's the best day. I can't remember. I know he had an episode about the best day ever, right? It's the best day ever. I can't remember how his song went, but I know he used to sing best day ever, right? All right. Be like SpongeBob and say you have the best day ever. And don't be scared to share your dream. I know a lot of people tell you, don't say anything, don't say anything. But what I realized is that those who dreamed big shared their big dreams. They weren't in fear of telling people what they were dreaming. They weren't in fear of putting it out there. People are scared to put it out there is maybe because they don't really believe in it. But when you really believe in it, right? Because what do you do with fear? You face it. You face the fear. So you face it. How do you face it? Do the very thing you're scared to do. The very thing that you say that you're scared of, do it. And then you realize there is no fear. That it had no power. Right? So don't be scared to be seen. Right? Because if anything, what's the worst that can happen? What's the worst that can happen? The worst that it can happen, that it doesn't happen, but we know that's impossible because what does the script says? So shall my word be. The only way it doesn't happen is because you speak against it. You can stand on Isaiah 55:11. So shall my word be that goes forth out of my mouth. Yeah, it shall not return to me void, but it will accomplish that which I please, and it will prosper in the thing whereto I sent it. It must happen. Because the law is my shepherd, and I what shall not be in want. You shall never lack proof of the thing you're creating, whether it be good, bad, or ugly. You're always going to get proof of what you believe to be true. So why not believe better than the best you know? Be bold, says Paul, when you come before the throne of grace. Be bold when you come before. What is grace? The gift. And the gift means what? It's freely given. You don't have to earn it. You only have to be it. Earning is unnecessary. You're not trying to prove worthiness. You're only proving the law. And you're never disproving the law. You cannot disprove the law. Because the law says it's done as you believe. As you believe. Oh, my son came out and smiled at me. Oh, that's beautiful. That's beautiful. And if you're saying, well, it hasn't happened yet, then what are you doing? Not believing in it. What are you not doing in I am? Not I did. The Lord's name is not, I did do it. I did ask. I did and nothing happened. What is the Lord's name? The Lord's name is not I did. Neville Goddard reminds us. The Lord's name is I am. So instead of saying I did and nothing happened, you need to only be proclaiming that I am already that. I am, regardless of what it looks like. So a couple of documentaries we have on deck for you to watch to help you be inspired, to help you know that your word is creative. We have King Richard, the story of Venus and Serena Williams as they were being prepared to be the best tennis players in the world. And then we have Eddie Murphy's documentary. Eddie Murphy's. And then if you like sports, you also have Michael Jordan. Well, the Williams sisters are athletes as well. So, but it's not about what they wanted, right? It's about what they did to get it. And just pay attention to the way these people speak. It's what they were saying, because they understood that what they were saying, they were creating. It doesn't matter if they want to be tennis players or basketball players or comedians. That doesn't matter. Because no one's saying, you're going to go out here and be a tennis player. That ain't what you desire. That you're going to go out here and be a basketball. That's not what your desire. Football player, all of that, right? It's whatever you're desiring. But the key is the why it happened. Why did it happen? Because they spoke it. Because they said that's who they were. And they never wavered, regardless of what obstacles, regardless of what circumstances, regardless of how many times they heard no, how many times, it may appear that it wasn't going to happen. They kept the vision. Just keep the vision, regardless of what it looks like. And if your day happens in a way that was not to your liking, do not let the sun go down upon your wrath. Change it. Why be angry about the day when you have the power to revise it? Anger in that way is wasted energy, because really you're more than just angry. You're complaining. You're worrying, and that's wasted energy. And when we say wasted, we're saying that you're using your energy unwittingly. You're using it unwisely. You're just perpetuating the very state you don't want to experience. So why complain about it? Because all you're doing is making it more real. So change it. Say it. Keep saying it. Every time it comes to your mind, nope, this is what I tell you guys when I do revision. You can talk however you want to talk to yourself. Remember, this is how I talk to myself when it comes to revision. I say, well, what actually happened was, what I actually want to take place, that's what actually took place. And every time it comes to my mind, I just say that. Right? And so that's, if that feels natural and comfortable for you to say, then say it. But if you have a different way of communicating to yourself to convince yourself that the thing you want to happen took place, talk to yourself like that. I like saying actually. I like the word actually. This is what happened. No. Actually, this, because the voice of no. Actually, this is what happened. Actually, in actuality, that's what happened. So this, to revise the day. But how would you go about revising it? If somebody was telling you a story and you're like, that's not what happened. Like, you could do that, right? That's what people do. When people are telling you a story and you were there and they're telling the story and it's not the way you saw it, you're going to say, what? That's not what happened. What happened was, right? So you can talk like that. Because that's how sometimes we talk when someone's telling a story that we're not in agreement with, and it sounds like they're missing some things out. They're mixing things up. It's like, no, let me tell you. No, this is what actually happened. Or this is what happened. Let me tell you, this is what happened. That's how you would do it, to revise it. If your mind keeps saying, it keeps playing back what you didn't want to happen, you interrupt and say, no, this is what happened. Let me tell you, no, this is what happened. That's what you do. And you keep doing it until what? Eventually, it's not going to come to your mind anymore. It's just not going to come to your mind anymore. And when you think of it, it's going to be the way that you said it happened. is going to be the new reality. And you're going to get confirmation of the new reality. That's law. Things are going to happen. Things are going to take place where it's going to show you the version of the story that you're telling now. It has to show up. That's law. Because it's about being convinced of the reality you're creating. That's what it comes down to. That's when Neville talks about the feeling is the secret, he's talking about the conviction of it. Being convinced of this new state. Being convinced of this new reality, right? So you know what conviction means, right? It's not necessarily happy or elated. It's a knowing, right? When you're convinced of it, you know it, right? You're convicted by it. Like nothing can move you, right? You've been persuaded inwardly. Yes, right. So you're just convincing yourself of the reality you want to experience. That's it. Can you use emotions? Yes. You can use emotions. Are they necessary? Nope. Not necessary. The only thing that is required is your word. It's your word that goes forth out of your mouth. It's your word, right? And you're going to see this when you watch these documentaries. I don't know, because of course, King Richard wasn't a documentary, it's an adaptation of what happened. So we don't know all of what was true, but we do know that this man spoke life over his children. They became the very thing he talked about. We do know that. Now, the different hardships and all the stuff that might have happened in the film because they want to bring some dramatization to the story. Yes, we don't know if all those things actually happened. But we do know that he said his girls was going to be the best tennis players in the world, and they were. That Venus was going to have be number one, and that Serena will be known as the greatest to ever do it. And a lot of people think that she's the greatest to ever do it. So, it wasn't about no emotions. It was about his word. He wrote out a 77-page script of their life, right? And when he talked to people, he wasn't going there with no feel good. He was going there speaking the way he saw his daughters. Oh, somebody said, oh, you may have the next Michael Jordan. He said, no, I had them next two Michael Jordans. Now, did he actually say that? I don't know, but it sounds good. It's a good story. It's a good, but he basically did have the two next Michael Jordans of tennis, right? Pay attention. It's the words they speak. Like Andrea was telling us, Eddie Murphy, he said he will be famous at a young age, and he became the youngest person to be on Saturday Night Live. At 13 years old, he saw himself as who he is now. And I don't know if you've ever watched some of Eddie Murphy's old interviews, especially when he was on what was his friend name that he had the late night show? Oh my goodness, I can see his face. I can think of his name. What was Eddie Murphy's friend name? They did a couple of movies together. Arsenio Hall. When he was on the Arsenio Hall show, he told him he didn't believe in that God concept. You will find different interviews with Eddie Murphy talking about that whole God concept. He didn't buy into that. He understood the power of the mind. Yep, thank you guys. Thank you. Yep, Arsenio. Yep. Hey, Noye, welcome. Hey, Elizabeth. Listen to Felicia Rashad, Debbie Allen. And I didn't even know. And when you look at some of their old clips, their old interviews, this was like 80s, 90s. They were talking about this, right? And now these videos are now popping up where they're talking about how their mom instilled in them the power of the mind, that the presence of the presence of the divine was in them. And Felicia Rashad saying, I could have lived in any time period because I understood the power of my mind. That the inner creates the outer. That the inner creates the outer. And it's all about making a decision and remaining faithful to it. Yes, yes. So this information is out there, right? And they've always been saying it. It's just like now we have what? Mass media. Back then, when Felicia Rashad and Debbie Allen were probably doing these interviews, we only had the local networks, right? Now we got all of these streaming platforms, and now everybody's sharing it. Everybody's telling you about manifestation. Everybody's telling you about how the power of the mind is, that it's your word, right? And what I noticed, and these are people that have been successful, has reached success. They don't talk nothing about no emotions. They talk about what they seen in their mind and the words that they spoke. You see, all these people want to come and add to it and want to start telling you, oh, emotions. Oh, don't forget about the emotions. F your doggone emotions. Speak the word. Say what you want and then remain faithful to it. Yep, Tracy Ellis Ross. Yep. Her too. I've been seeing her too. Yep. And I'm not saying that you can't use emotions, but remember I told you your emotions don't matter at the end of the day. It's what you can convince yourself of. You can be happy, you can be sad, you can be angry, you can be mad. But what are you saying? What are you convinced of? You laughing at me, Elizabeth? Yep, Denzel too. Yep. Because it's like when you tune into this, it's you're a magnet, right? So whatever you're giving your attention to, you're what? Going to get more of it. You're going to keep getting proof, confirmation of where you are aligned to, where you're vibrating at. Remember, you're the broadcaster and the antenna, as well as the receiver. You're all of it. You're the station. You're the channel. It's all you. And so everything that you are coming into focus in your world, that's what you believe. Now you can say, no, I don't believe that. Then why is it in your reality? It couldn't be there unless you drew it to you. No manifestation comes to me unless the Father, which is your awareness, brings it to you. So you can tell me all day long, no, I don't. All you gotta do is look at your algorithm on TikTok, on YouTube, on Snapchat, on Instagram, on Facebook. Oh, it's gonna tell you where you are aligned to. So you can lie to everybody else, but you can't lie to yourself. No man knows the spirit of the man except the spirit of that man. You the only one with the phone in your hand, or the tablet, or the TV remote. So if you sitting up here and you like watching television shows about how difficult relationships are, yeah, gotta wonder why your relationships are so hard or drama filled. It's whatever we're giving our attention to, we're creating. It's so simple. It really is. And if you want to see something different, you just have to what? Change your self-concept. That's it. You know? And here's the thing. If you're going to watch those type of TV shows, because understand that TV is just entertainment purposes only. There's no quote unquote reality in it. But again, where's the fiction? Where is the lie? The lie is just a story we tell ourselves, right? That's what a lie is, right? A lie is a story that we tell ourselves. And then it's just about, do you believe the lie? Do you believe the story? That's all a lie is a story you tell. So what story are you telling? right? So if you're going to watch those type of things, you may want to detach and see it for entertainment purposes only, right? Don't identify with what you're watching, especially if you don't want it to pop up in your reality. You bet. Don't be agreeing with, yeah, he wasn't no good. Yeah, he number like, yeah, he a dog. Yeah. Okay, you agreeing to that. Now here comes the agreement. Now you've attached yourself to an outcome that you really probably don't want to experience. Be careful. Be careful. Be careful what you're agreeing to. Absolutely, absolutely. Hey, Lux, how you been? And my thing is, don't start talking about it. Why are you talking about things you don't want to see in your world? Why? Why would you give your conversation to the very thing you don't want to experience? Like all of these people, all of these confirmations that we're seeing, those I talked about, right? The Williams sisters. I can't wait to watch the documentary with Eddie Murphy, and watching Michael Jordan. You know, whoever listening to Magic Johnson, whoever you're listening, whoever you're finding, you know, Louise Hay and all of these ones, all of these manifestation people have manifested the life that they wanted, right? It's all about your self-concept. Like maybe Google or go to YouTube and find some of those early interviews did by Serena and Venus. They were they spoke very matter-of-factly about their vision for the outcome of their tennis manifestation, however you want to say it, right? They spoke, they were very, and people were taken aback that these young girls, 14, 15, 16 years old, was very matter-of-factly about their outcome in tennis. Oh, like, yeah, I know that I could be whoever. I know I can win whatever. I know. Like, oh my goodness, you're so confident. Oh my goodness. Like, you know, when people hear that, they're taken aback because they're not used to people being so adamant about who they are, especially at that young age, right? People almost are intimidated by that confidence, that level of knowing oneself and knowing but when it's in you, it's in you. When it's in you, like that's in my second daughter. The one the one I tell you about, Maya. Oh my goodness. She was like, she take negative things and she like, you right. They call me conceited, you right. They say I'm too common, you're right. Yep, I sure am. Thank you. Because you're just confirming that I know who I am. You're just confirming that I'm full of myself, and you're right, I am. I know who I am. I know I deserve the best. I know that I'm confident. I know that I love me. Yes. Don't be mad that people look at you being conceited. Say, and is. Sure enough, and is. Because why are we going to make other people feel comfortable by lessening our light, by dimming our shine? They better shine their light. It's enough light for everybody to shine. There you go. I'm conceited. I got a reason. Yeah, I like to say, and what? Exactly. Remember, your main character in the story. Everyone in your reality is just there playing a role you wrote out for them. So what story are you telling? Because they're just there to assist you on your journey. Every person that comes into your experience, you have to be like Florence Scovel Shinn. They're all links in the chain of my good. They're all there to help. As Neville Goddard said, if it takes 10,000 people to bring forth your reality, and 10,000 people it will take. If it's 100,000, 1 million people, if it take 1 million, right? Some of you may be looking to go have 1 million followers on TikTok, on Instagram, on YouTube. Well, damn, it's going to take 1 million people to actualize that reality. 1 million plus, right? Some of you are wanting to touch the minds and hearts of people all over the world, right? You're looking to touch millions, tens of millions, hundreds of millions. You're looking to impact this world on a global level. You cannot not be conceited. There's impossible. You're desiring to reach that level of success. You have to be confident. You have to know who you are, because people are going to try to come, because you may get people that try to put you in your place, and you need to know that the only place is I am. I am whoever the fuck I say I am. And know that the world has to be in its reality to you, but you got to know who you are and not look for the world to tell you. You tell the world you great before they ever recognize it. And then they're going to come back and say, yeah, damn, you're right. You are great. Right? The Williams sisters knew that they were great before the world knew they were great. The world just had to what? Come and confirm it. They said they were great way before they were great. They knew they were number one way before they were number one. And the world had to confirm that. They told the world who they were. They didn't let the world tell them who they were. So that's how we have to be. We have to tell the world who we are. We don't let the world define us. See, the world is going to tell you, if you look like me, that you just a black person, that you're less than. Oh, that you're this. Or if you come from a background that wasn't rich, or born on the wrong side of the tracks, or don't have the right education, or don't have the right amount of bank account, they'll tell you, oh, you're poor, or you don't have no power, your voice don't mean nothing, or right? The world will try to tell you who you are. You can't let the world define you based on your academic prowess, or your economic stance, or your race or your color. You cannot or your ethnicity. You cannot let the world define you, because the world will try to box you in. You get to dictate. You get to define it. So tell the world who you are. Tell the world who you are. Without needing confirmation from the world. If no one ever comes and congratulates you, are you not going to still say, job well done? Are you just looking for the world to validate? Stop looking for the world to validate you. Validate yourself. And who cares what the world thinks? Because the world only thinks what you think. Remember that. The world only thinks what you think. So tell the world what to think. Right? The world only reflects back to you who you are. So tell them who you are. Tell the world who you are. I am whatever. Yep. Literally. You literally do. Literally. Tell the world. Because you are the world. I am the world. We are the world. We are the children. But it's I am the world, not we. There's no we. We don't speak French up in here. I am the world, right? The world is my reflection. It is my magnified reflection, right? It is a magnified mirror reflecting back to me who I am, who I say I am, what I believe myself to be, who I know that I am. And so if you're not sure, keep your hand down. Remember, raise your hand. Raise your hand if you're sure. If you're not sure, then you get sure. Go get you some surety. Go get you some. Do they still make Sure deodorant? Get some Sure. Be sure about who you are. Being confident of this very thing, that he that has begun a good work in you is able to perform it, says Paul. Being confident of this very thing. You got to be confident of this very thing, that the I am within you is able to perform the very thing you're asking, the very thing you're commanding. Be sure. What was that song? Blessed assurance. Jesus is mine. Be assured of this very thing. Being certain of this very thing. Being confident of this very thing. For it is God who causes you both to will and to do according to his good pleasure. And the pleasure of the I am is to give you whatever you desire. Therefore, I say to you, whatever you desire when you pray, believe you've received it and you will. That's the only condition. You don't have to ask anybody's assistance. You don't have to try to go figure it out. You don't have to make plans. So all you have to do is decide what you want, and then the doing will be natural, right? That's what you have to understand when you hear other people talk about what they desired, right? And how and all the work, quote unquote, work that went into them manifesting their desire. Do you know the work was the effect? It was not the cause. Because it was God in them. The I am, because they said, I am this. Well, God said, yes, you are. So I'm going to cause you to do the very thing that you say that you are. When you decreed and declared, I am that, God said, yes, you are. Go forth and do it and be it. And so then guess what? You be it. And so you have this urge within you to do the very thing that you say that you are. You cannot not do it. When you declare that you are great in whatever it is that you're desiring, guess what's going to happen? You can't help but express greatness in that area. So whatever is needed to bring about that greatness, you're going to be it, which means you're going to do it effortlessly. And make it fun. Have fun with it. And we'll have fun too. Make sure you have fun. Laugh, enjoy. Enjoy yourself with me. Hey, enjoy yourself with me. Come on, enjoy yourself. Too many of us are not enjoying the very thing we're creating. You're to rejoice. And again, I say rejoice. Let everything that has breath praise the I am. Thank you, Father. Thank you, Father. Thank you. Oh, because thou always hears me. And since I know that thou always hears me, I know you will do the very thing I requested. The very thing that I'm asking for. The very thing I'm commanding. For God is not a man that he shall lie, neither the son of man that he needs to repent. Has God not said it? Will he not do it? You got to remind yourself of this. When it starts to look when things starts to look weary, when things starts to seem like they're not going as planned, when it seems to be some bumps in the road, when it seems to be some detours, when it seems to be things that you just didn't see happening, you have to stand on your word. Because your word is what? Tried and true. This word is tried and true. And what does it do? It shall accomplish that which I please, and it shall prosper in the thing whereto I sent it. Because I said it makes it so. That's what you have to, because I said it makes it so. Because I said it. Because I said it, that makes it so. Because I said it. That's how you, because I said it, it makes it so. That's all you gotta say. Because I said it so. Like you tell your kids, why? Because I said so. You remember how those of you who have children and they want to know why, especially when the answer is no. Why? Because I said so. Why do you think that this can happen? Because I said so. Why do you think this can happen? Because I said so. What makes you think this can happen? Because I said so. Well, what reason do you have? Because my word is bond. I am bound by the words of my mouth. Why? Because it is by my words am I justified. And it is by my word am I condemned. So I will be justified. What justifies you? My word. Because these words I speak, they spirit and they life. My word is truth. Because I am the way, I am the truth, and I am the life. See, this is why I like the script. And I don't have to throw away the script now when I understand that it's all about the mind. That is the creative power within me is my word. Because regardless of what anyone says, we're always communicating with words. We could talk about mental telepathy and all of that. And yes, mental telepathy works, right? You can think a thing and think of someone. This is why we say you don't have to do anything. Everything is mental telepathy. Even if you say it vocally, it's still mental. It's still coming from consciousness, still coming from your imagination, right? So even if you vocalize it, it's still mental telepathy because guess what? You called out that you wanted to reestablish relationships. You didn't pick up a phone, and guess what? They're calling you. You sent out the broadcasting signal saying, I would really like to reconnect with these people. And you channeled your thought. And what had to happen? Your word went forth and it cannot come back void. And as long as you don't put your butt in the way, it will come back. Just as you said. It gets intercepted with the butts though. When you start saying but, it's like, they're conditioning the desire. What do you want? What you're adding to the condition. And the Bible says you don't add or take away from the word, but here you are, you're adding to the word because your word was just, I want to rekindle relationships. And then you decided to add a disclaimer. But what if they don't call? What if I don't know how to get in touch with them? I wonder, should I try Instagram, Facebook? Maybe I need to reach out. I know a place they will hang out. Then you start adding to it. Now you're conditioning the desire. Stop it. Your word goes forth. Your word is God. Your word is the power. That's all you needed was your word. You didn't need to put your butt in the way or your what ifs or how comes. Buts, what ifs, and how comes. No. Just, I shall decree a thing, and it shall come to pass. Again, You only got to speak it. I shall decree it. I shall decree. That's it. Let there be. And it was. It was. Do you trust the word? Do you trust the word? Some of us don't trust the word. We don't trust. We're trying to figure out how to make the word so. Do you not know the word is so? The word is so. Because the word is God. The word is God, right? The word was God. And then the word becomes what? Flesh. It becomes a manifestation. And you could take out flesh and say the word becomes a manifestation. So you can stop thinking it's talking about some man 2,000 years ago. Put manifestation there. Or put yourself in the story. Because you are the word made flesh. You are the word. You are the thought form, right? You are that which gives form to the formless. Speak it and it shall be so. This is so simple. Just speak it. You just have to train yourself to speak it and then let it go. Drop the seed in the soil and allow it to take root. You know, when you plant your garden in the spring, for those of us that live up north and in the Midwest, and you plant it in March or late March or early April or late April or May, you don't go to the store and you get the sunflower seeds. You're like, sunflower seed, how long is it going to take you to take root and come up and show me your face? No, you trust that when you drop the seed in the soil and the sun shines upon it and the rain waters it, and you too may help it along by watering it too. You don't have to, but I know we think we always got to help something along, so we created a way to put water on the ground when a lot of times it's unnecessary, but hey, it's what we do. But you could just let the rain and the sun do what it do, right? But you don't tell the seeds, okay, I need you up tomorrow. You don't do that. You don't tell the seed how to become the sunflower. You don't tell the acorn the time span it needs to be the oak tree. So stop telling the desire in what way it shall manifest. That's none of your business. You can make it happen anyway. You can make it up anyway. Tangi, did you want to come up? I don't know if that request was an accident or not. Let me know, Tangi, in the chat if you wanted to come up. Because just know that whatever needs to happen will happen. Whatever you need to do to make the thing come to an expression, you will do. It will just be natural for you. Okay, no problem. So you don't have to worry about what to do. Your doing is the effect. It will happen naturally. It will naturally take form. It will naturally take shape. You will naturally do whatever's required because you're just going to have, it isn't going to be a thing where you cannot not do it, right? Like when you have your mindset on being a certain thing, when you have been convinced that that's your reality, whatever needs to take place, whatever words you need to say, whatever actions you need to take, they will be automatic. You will be compelled to do it. It will just be natural for you to do it. Whatever it is, you want to learn, a new language, you want to learn dance moves, you want to learn music or instruments or whatever, you want to know how to code or you want to know how to use whatever it is. you're going to naturally do the very thing. It's going to be effortless. And then you're going to discover, if it's something that you truly enjoy, or you may discover, I thought I liked this. No, not so much. I've done that plenty of times. I've started and did it for a couple of like, this ain't really, I thought this is what I wanted, right? Like some of us with our job situations, you went out, you got the degrees, you got the job, went to corporate America, and then discovered, I thought this is what I wanted, but actually, I like to work for myself. I would like to be self-employed. Actually, I like to have my own clients. I don't want to clock me into anyone. I don't want to have to do anything. I don't want to have to do it their way or their rules and their regulations. I would like to do my own thing, right? And you probably always in the back of your mind had that desire, but felt like this was, and that might, the things that you experienced of going to college, getting the degrees, getting the job, working in the corporate world was preparing you to have your own business, to have to work for yourself, to be self-employed, right? And remember, there's nothing wrong with having a job, with having a career. I know a lot of people get on here telling you, "Oh my goodness, you're a slave to the system. You're a slave to the clock. You're a slave." Like what? Somebody gotta. Somebody dream is McDonald's, which means somebody gotta be back there flipping the burgers. Somebody dream is to have Instacart deliveries. Then somebody has to sign up to be the person that works for Instacart. Like if you want your groceries delivered to your home, somebody's going to have to pick the stuff out for you and drop it off at the door, right? Unless we get a lot of automation where robots are doing it all, we're not at that place yet. So if you want Instacart and Uber Eats to deliver to you still because you just don't feel like going yourself, then that means somebody has to work those jobs. Somebody has to be the stock person at Walmart. Somebody has to work at Amazon fulfillment centers because you still want Amazon to deliver your packages in 2 days because you're a Prime member. That means someone actually has to work for Amazon. So all these people, be so careful. People trying to sell hope. Hope is the new dope. It is the opium of the hopeless. Trying to convince people they shouldn't work. There's nothing wrong with working unless you think it's wrong. And then the ones that think it's wrong to work and looking for a get-rich-quick scheme, they find out after 6 months, 2 years that, having a career or a job wasn't so bad. Because they realized that e-course that they paid $599 on because it was on sale, because normally the person was selling it for $20,000 and somehow they got it for the nice, discounted rate of $588.99, and then recognize that each course was just a snippet for the next course, and then that course was just a snippet for the next course. But here's the thing, with all of that, to try to say it's wrong, you really can't, because people want it to be that way. People don't want to believe in themselves. They want to put trust in others. And so when you put trust in others, this is what happens. But when you put trust in yourself, when you write the story of your reality, people come and play the part that you wrote for yourself, where you're not playing the part that someone else wrote for themselves. Be the main character of your story. So if you want more money, see yourself with the money, not how you're going to get it. Do you know people are looking for ways to bless others? People are looking for it. And I know a lot of people go the charitable route. They look for charities. But sometimes that ends up not being the route they go. And they're going to pour into somebody else's life, an individual as opposed to an organization. And many of people have gotten blessed that way. Whether it was to pay for an apartment, a home, a car, to help a startup business, or just because. Just because. You're only, well, many onlys, right? Because your only condition is to allow, is to believe it, right? But you also have to, when you believe it, that means you're not doing anything to make it so. You're training yourself. When you believe that a thing is so, you're trusting that it's so. So that means you're not trying to figure out how to make it so. You're not trying to influence anything. You're not trying to change anyone. You're not trying to get something to happen because it's already happened. You have to train yourself to remain still, to be still and to know that it's already done. It's just done. I don't need to do anything. I can just chill. Yes. Believe and believe it so. Believe in your word. Trust your word. Your word is sufficient. My grace is sufficient for thee. What is grace? The gift. What is gift? God. What is God? The word. See, it all circle back. It's a full circle. My grace is sufficient for thee. The grace is the gift. What's the gift? The desire. What's the desire? God. And God is what? The word. So it's all together. And just keep reminding yourself, the word does not return void. It does not return void. It accomplishes the very thing I please, and it prospers in the thing for which I sent it out to do. So it cannot come back void. It must come to fulfillment. You have to keep telling yourself that the word is God, my word is bond, my word is life, and it must prosper. It must do the very thing I have sent it out to do. Keep telling yourself. Keep telling yourself that. Keep reminding yourself that. Right. Right. Because God is light, says the script. For God is light, and in him there is no what? Darkness at all. Because light and darkness are the same to awareness. It's only in duality, in the tree of knowledge of good and evil, do you see the world of opposites. In the world of I am, you only see God. You only see good. You only see oneness. You only see the unity of the spirit. Yes, surrender. Life is a surrender. I know the world would tell you that life is a struggle. Life is a surrender. Oh, Galaxy, thank you. Thank you. Life is a surrender. Stop struggling. Just let go. Let go. Let go of the wheel. You know how the saints, the Christians say, Jesus, take the wheel? Well, in order for Jesus to take the wheel, you have to let go of it. You both cannot drive the car at the same time. Only one person gets to drive the car. As Abraham Hicks would say, let go of the oars. Turn the boat around and stream down and go downstream. The only reason why you need paddles is because you're going against the current. You're trying to swim upstream. Stop, turn it around and let it flow downstream. Stop working against yourself. That's all struggle is. You're working against yourself. There is nothing against you. Life supports you in every decision. Life supports you. There is nothing against you. A house against itself, what does the script says? It says a house divided shall fall. When you're operating against yourself, you should not stand. That's why you're told if thy eye be single, thy whole body will be full of light. You have to be of one mind. Single mind, single mind, single mind. Be of single mind. Be single in your mind. Decide what you want and then just remain faithful to it. And just keep reminding yourself, it must come to fruition. It must come to fruition because my word does not return to me void. So it must happen. It has happened. It's already done. Whatever needs to happen has to happen because it never comes back void. It always fulfills the thing for which I have sent it out to do. It always prospers. Keep reminding yourself of that. Just keep telling yourself that. Keep telling yourself, my word is bond. I am bound by my word, right? Repetition is key. That's why in the Bibles, the 66 books, it's the same story from Genesis to Revelation. Every book, every story is the same story. Because it's all about you. It's all about the mind. It's all about what happens when the mind thinks this way and when the mind thinks that way. When the mind operates from duality or from fear, doubt, you get this outcome. When the mind operates from faith, you're going to get that outcome. And guess what? You're always going to be right. If you think it cannot happen, you're right. If you think it can happen, you're right. You're always right. You're never wrong. If you think it's going to be difficult, you're right. If you decide not to judge the circumstances and just know that everything works out for you, then you won't be disappointed. You're only disappointed when you expect it to happen a certain way. And what does the script say? My ways are not your ways. My thoughts not even your thoughts. As high as the heaven is from the earth, so are my what? Thoughts above yours.
Again. What time?
8:30.
Mm-hmm.
Yep, single eye, one vision. That's it. That's it. So just remain faithful. Make a decision. Remember, as Kevin reminded us earlier, not making a decision is still making a decision. Why just accept life as it comes when you can actually dictate? When actually you can command? When actually you can decide what you want your life to be? Peace, joy, love, abundance, wisdom, health, wealth, success. Why wouldn't you just decree and declare? You don't have to accept anything. You don't have to accept life as it comes. You actually get to decree and declare a thing. You get to say, let there be, and it was. Yes, a repeat regularly. I am rejuvenating and watch yourself grow young. Yes, I am rejuvenating. Absolutely. Yep. Talk more about how much you love life. Whatever you're decreeing, whatever you're declaring, whatever you're creating, whatever you're commanding to come forth, right? Manifesting, which is what? Making the invisible seen. That's all manifesting is. Making that which is invisible seen. Because all things exist now. And all you're doing is commanding the unseen to be made seen, because everything that is seen is not made by things which do appear. That's what the script reminds us. So when you allow yourself to say, oh, I just love that everything works out for me. I just love that I get the best, seats in the restaurant. I just love that I'm treated like a VIP wherever I go. I just love that I meet wonderful, engaging people whenever I go out. I just love, when you allow yourself to just love life, and when you preface it with I love, you're never going to say anything negatively behind it. Right? When you preface every statement with I love that my children are flourishing in everything they decide to do. I love that they have chosen careers or life paths that bring them joy, peace, love, goodwill, and wisdom all the days of their life. I love that I feel rejuvenated in my body. I love that I am forever young. I love that whatever it is. I love that I am abundantly blessed. I love that I have financial overflow, financial increase, that I love that avalanches of wealth come into my experience all the days of my life. I love, whatever you're loving. Preface it with I love and see how it flows off the lips. When you preface whatever you're desiring with I love this, I love whatever, when you're manifesting for another, right? Using your mind lovingly on behalf of another, right? I love that I brought forth the perfect mate. I love that I get to live the soft girl era. I love that I have a woman in my life that appreciates me, nurtures me, uplifts me because she is a reflection of me. I love whatever it is. I love it. I truly love it. I adore it. I love it. Yep. Consistent. You want to be consistent about anything that you decide to do. This is not, I'm going to do it once and that's it. Right? This have to forever be on your lips. Persistence, right? They called it brazen impudence is the script. Brazen impudence, and it just means persistence, consistency, constant, continuous. For men are to always pray. Did it say sometimes, most times, many? No, always. Men are to always acknowledge and recognize the presence of the I am within them. That's all prayer is recognition of the I am. Recognizing the divinity within. The I am that I am. Recognize that all things exist now. That's what prayer is. It's acknowledgement. Acknowledgement of the truth. And the truth is, you already have all things. You already have it. It's already yours. You're just what? Commanding it to come forth. You're telling it to arise and make itself known to you. Which is what? Make itself seen to you. Get up, arise, come hither, come up, right? Come forth, decree and declare. Understand that the Christ mind didn't beg anything, didn't even ask, commanded. The only asking was, what do you have of me? What do you want me to do for you? That was the only question. And then once they gave the answer, then the command came. And that's what the script says, command you me. What do you want the I am, your awareness, to do for you? Well, now you have to command it. Speak the word. Not grumble, not plead. You don't got to make bargains. Man, Lord, if you do this, you hear people talk like that too. Man, I made a bet with the Lord. I made a bribe. I told the Lord if he allowed this to happen. That's unnecessary. Totally unnecessary. You don't have to bargain with God. You don't have to make a deal with the I am. Because it is the Father's good pleasure to give it to you anyway. So ain't no bargaining is needed. Just say what you want. Let your yes be yes and let your no be no. The script tells you that. You don't have to bargain. You don't have to make deals. Because you're saying when you make a deal, let's make a deal, you're telling yourself you really don't believe you should get it. Because you think you have to give something in exchange for it. You think it has to be transactional when the I am is unconditional. It's not transactional, it's unconditional. It wants to give it to you. It just wants you to ask. It just wants you to command. It just wants you to decree and declare. It wants you to recognize who you are, that you are the creator. So the moment you decide that you can have it, you don't gotta make no deals. Just mean what you say and say what you mean. That's all. Mean what you say what you mean. Make a match. Say, I am that. Because consciousness says, yes, you are. The moment you say, I am that, your subconscious mind says, you're exactly right. Yes, you are. So what are you saying that I am? Who do you say that I am? I am abundant. I am love. I am peace. I am joy. I prosper in everything that I do. You know, I prosper in my coming and in my going. I feel safe. I feel secure. I am safe. I am secure. What's the scripture say? Worthy is the Lamb who takes away the sins of the world. Well, who is the Lamb of God? I am. Just sweet. Jesus. Jesus, just sweet. There's only one letter separating Jesus and just sweet. It's the I. Just sweet in French means I am. It is spelled J-E apostrophe S-U-I-S. If you remove the I, you get Jesus. You add the I, you get just sweet, which means I am. It's all there. As they say, hidden in plain sight. It's only hidden from who? The blind. That's why the prodigal son is told by the father, oh, there's my son who was lost and now is found, who was blind and now see, who I thought was dead and now is alive. This truth is only hidden from the blind, from the sleeping mind. That's why Christ is the awakened mind. That's why we can't condemn the church. We can't condemn the mosque. We can't condemn the synagogues. We can't condemn Hinduism and Buddhism and all of these, any of these religious organizations that use fear and doubt and unbelief because they're blind. It's blind leaders of the blind. How you gonna get mad at the blind man? They couldn't see even if they tried. They're only going to be seen when what? The veil is lifted. And who lifts the veil? God. God lifts the veil. The I am awakes out of his stupor. It's sleep of separation. Awake, O thou that sleeps, arise from the dead, and Christ shall give thee light. It comes a point in our lives where we start to question everything. And you know that's how you awaken, because you start to question. You like, some of this ish just don't make sense. Yes. And say, I got some questions. Asking all them questions. Asking all them questions. Right? That's what led you to the, some of us it just happened to, right? Some of us had the awakening and we don't have no remembrance of it. And then others had the awakening and they remember everything. I believe some of us had the awakening. We don't remember what took place. And then others have a very visual remembrance of what took place. But there's no way that you understand this truth and it makes sense to you that the spirit didn't awaken within you. It's impossible. Because we can see in our world that those who are asleep, this makes no sense to them. This changing your mind, using your word, speaking with authority, right? Those who are asleep feel they have to make bets, they have to make bargains, they have to beg and plead. They feel like they're unworthy, undeserving, worms of the dust, right? Sinners from the beginning. Those are those who are blinded to the truth. So you don't condemn those who don't know. They don't know what they don't know, right? Just like we didn't know what we didn't know, but now that you know. That could just be the translator. Because remember, we have a translation of a translation of a translation intrinsic, right? Because it could actually have said is God, the original translation, right? The original. We don't have the originals, right? Because God is now. God is not, right? God is now. All is now. Right, because God's name is I am, not I was or I will be. It is I am. And so if I add the word was, I make you think it's a past tense, right? Especially if I'm a religious leader trying to convince you that the word was Jesus, a man born 2,000 years ago. I have to put it in the past tense. Because I'm saying that John 1 is about a man 2,000 years ago. I'm not saying it's the I am that's present within you. If I'm trying to play with semantics, right? If I'm trying to make you look at God as a past event and not a now event. Mm. Okay, dear Roy. Okay. Yep. Yep. But when you understand, when you read the Bible, that's why some people like the what is it called? The Septuagint? I think that's how you say it. That's why some people like to read that because they say that it's not as diluted as some of the later translations. That even when you read it along King James, you can see where King James played with the wording, and changed a lot of it, knowing that the wording and the changing, in today's English, it would seem as though we're talking about something out there or separate from who we are. Because when you think about that script, when it says, vengeance is mine, says the Lord of God, where it doesn't say revenge, it says vengeance. But we take that word to mean that God will revenge you for a wrongness done, when actually vengeance means balance. God will bring balance. And balance is what? Just neutrality, right? When you have a scale and you're balanced, everything is just neutral, right? Nothing is heavier on one side, right? Nothing is tilted. It's just equal. God balances everything because God is all about oneness. To canonize is to what? Ooh, I like that. Yes, Delroy. Yep. Yep. And unfortunately, the Bible has been used to weaponize. When you understand that the Bible is just a book of books and the book is all about you, it takes on a different meaning. I know a lot of people use the King James Version, like many mystics of the past, of the late 1800s, early 1900s. They also had to what? Get the original language. They had to go back to the Hebraic tongue in order to teach the King James Version. You had to get a lexicon. You had to use the what's it called? The concordance, right? You had to use other books side of it to get, and of course you could also, now that you have the light of understanding, right? Let there be light. That's what light is. Light is consciousness. Let God said, let there be light. And it was light. Let there be consciousness. Let there be an understanding, an understanding, and overstanding, however you want to say it. All right. You can read any scripture and meditate upon it and get the understanding from it. You don't need any book outside of yourself because you are the book, right? And once the veil is lifted, you understand that that book is just all about the mind. You can take just about any scripture and break it down from a psychological perspective and get its intended meaning when you contextualize what it's saying, because it's the whole book. All of those books are just talking about consciousness and how consciousness creates the reality in which we are experiencing. I am equals I was in Latin, converted to I am, bring forth equals bring forth in Greek. Okay. Thank you, intrinsic. Thank you. Yep. And we know that the Bible isn't necessary to manifest, right? There are many of people who understand the truth of their being, that knows that they have autonomy and they are sovereign beings and never read the Bible. There are many people out here reminding you of who you are, the truth that you are, and have never read the Bible, have no desire to read the Bible, and know that they are sovereign beings, that their words, their thoughts, their beliefs, their assumptions, their intentions creates their reality. I just like the Bible because that's what I was acquainted with. When I became a Christian in my late 20s, and when I discovered that the Bible is all about me, I reference those scripts that remind me of my power. So I don't necessarily read the Bible anymore. A lot of the scripts that I share on my lives come from memory and from me studying the likes of Neville Goddard and Dr. Joseph Murphy and listening to Reverend Ike, and they bring back those scripts to my remembrance, and so I utilize those scripts that I know is talking about the word, because that's how we communicate now. We communicate with words, right? With the language. We use language to communicate, whether it's in song, whether it's in script, whether it's in pictures, whether it's in symbols, right? Because words are just symbols of the mind, right? The symbol of thought expressed in form. That's what a word is, right? So, and I like that it reminds us. When you truly understand it, because it's a lot of scripts that you could take at face value. There's no need for interpretation. They are simplistic, especially those in the Old Testament. Like, it's plain. As a man thinks in his heart, so is he. There is nothing to interpret with that scripture. It's telling you the way you think is what you're going to, whatever you're thinking, that's who you are, right? As you think, so shall you be. I don't know how you can, there's no room for debate with that script. Now, when you get to that New Testament, and because the way the style of the the stories are told, it makes it sound like it's talking about someone else, right? It makes it sound like it's saying that this one person was manifested as God. Hey, Gigi. You said you going live? Oh, it was great. It was great. How have you been, Gigi? Bestie. Right, the imaginary. Right. That's great. That's great. Yep. But even if you want to say that the central figure of the gospels was a person that existed in time and space, don't confuse the messenger for the message. See, people wanted to, Christ didn't ask for anyone to worship him. He even told the followers at the time, as written in the Gospels, why call me good? There's no one good but God. Because the Christ understood there's only God in the world. So if I'm good, so are you, because there's only God. So if you calling me good, you need to be calling yourself good, because we all one. Right? He tell you over and over, I of my own self can do nothing. I'm not doing anything. It's the Father that's doing it all. He didn't even claim to do anything. And anytime someone got healed, what did he say? Oh, it's your faith that's made you whole. Oh, if you believe it, then it shall be well with thee. Go and sin no more. He left it squarely at the feet of the believer. It was always at the feet of the believer. Always. Because again, we know the point of the Gospels was not to show you how great the central figure was. It was to remind you of who you are. Have I not said that you are God's? And then if it's written in the script, it cannot be changed. You can't change it. But in order for it to fit the narrative of those that want to believe in a God apart, they say, oh, he wasn't talking to you. Well, how come when God is talking about being a God, it's never to me, but when God is talking about being a sinner, oh, it's about me? How convenient. Mm. Oh, that's what the word shall means, to speak in first person future tense. As something that's going to happen as opposed to something that has already happened. Words and their anagrams. Babies carry power, and when they make a sentence, it is done. Oh, okay. Yeah, that's why you have to know that the Bible is a spell casting book, right? And what did Paul tell you? He said you got to study the word. He let you know, you got to do more than just read this book. You got to study it, because it's some little, some of this stuff can trip you up if you take it literal, or you take it at first glance and not really get the gist of what it's telling you. because it's telling you that all is now, right? Because it tells you that now is the kingdom of God at hand. It's not a future reality. It's a now present moment, right? And it also says, now are we the sons of God. That's not a future thing. It's a present reality. For now is the kingdom of God, right? It's a now thing, now, right now. It's not later, it's now. Yeah, it's trying to put it in the future. There's no future, there's only the present moment. Because when everything happens, it always happens when? In the now. It always happens in the present. That's why they say life is a present. It's a present moment reality. It is a gift. And here's what the thing is where you get tripped up at. If life is a present, if the grace of God is a gift, why now do you think you have to do something for the gift? A gift is not something you work for, right? A gift is something that is freely given. However, the organizations would have you believe there's something you need to do. There's nothing to do, there's only to be. It's a reason why we're called human beings, colors of the mind, whose being is at play, right? You're playing with the colors of your mind. Human, right? Colors of mind. And we're being, which means what? We always exist. We're all where I am in present form. Yes. Time is your present. Use it wisely. Don't waste it. Yep. Now the present is a gift. And we have to start thinking we have to work for gifts. That was the deception. That was the deception. That was the curse of eating off the tree of knowledge of good and evil, thinking you had to work for the sweat of your brow, work by the sweat of your brow. That was the curse placed upon the mind that believed in duality, that took on the knowledge of good and evil. You were cursed with a curse, thinking that life wasn't a gift, thinking that you had to work hard for the money. So hard for the money. You worked hard for the money, but you never treated right. Stop working hard for the money. You're never meant to work for money. You were to recognize, like Reverend Ike says, I am money. Because money is energy, and what? Your energy. If money is energy and your energy, that means you and money are one. Which means you are the currency that you're chasing. You're not to chase currency. You're to allow it. You're to be it. You're to acknowledge that you are it. Oh, time is an essence, quintessence. Hello. That Keeg. Welcome. It's about knowing that you already possess all things, and keep telling yourself that I possess all things. I have everything I could ever desire is already here with me. Now all you have to do is command it to come forth. You be like the Christ was to Lazarus and said, Father, which is your awareness, I know you always hear me. And I shall get whatever I ask of thee. Now, desire come forth, because that's who Lazarus represents. That desire you thought was so impossible. The time when you thought that God just wasn't hearing you, God wasn't aware of you, God was ignoring you. When God said, I never left you, I was with you all the time. I was just waiting for you to recognize. You had to recognize. You had to stir up the gift that was within you. As Paul told Timothy, stir up the gift that's in you. Remember who you are. That's the gift. Remembering who you are. Who do you say that I am? Oh, thou art the Christ, the voice of the living God, the voice of all things good. Remember, God and good are the same. So the Son is voice, is idea, is the emanation of the divine, of pure consciousness. You are the voice of that because you give sound to that which is silence, right? You are the receiver and the broadcaster as well as the channel. You're all of it, right? You're not only the star in this movie, you're the producer, the director, and the writer. You're playing all the parts. You're everything. I am everything and everything is I am. There's nothing that you're not. You are the imagination. You are the dreamer, right? You're the dreamer. Remember, there's only God in the world, which means there's only good in the world. And good means what? Every seed produces after its own kind. It's a perfect law. So command your reality, and that's all we're here to say. Command your reality, decide what you want, speak it, and so shall it be. It's so simple. You are the great magician. You are conjuring up in your reality. You do get to say abracadabra. I create what I speak. And you literally do. You literally create what you speak. And you get to have what you say. Because people want to say, well, consciousness doesn't speak English. The hell it doesn't. Consciousness brought forth all language. Consciousness speaks Japanese, Chinese, with Mandarin. It speaks Spanish. It speaks Latin. It speaks everything because it's all things. So when you ask for a car in English and a Frenchman asks for a car in French, it knows that you're both asking for a car and it is not confused about it. It doesn't say, oh, when a Frenchman asks for a car, however you say car in French, I'm going to give them a boat. But the American, those who speak American English, they ask for a car, a Mercedes, and I'm going to give them a shell. I'm going to give them a canoe. This is infinite intelligence. It speaks all languages because it is all things. You say command, speak it, and what else? Be still. There's nothing else to do. The moment you asked, I answered. While you were yet speaking, I did appear. There's nothing else to do but just decide that you have it. That's it. Just be. Go your way in peace. That's what you have to realize. There's nothing to do. There's only to be. Agent, have you ever read Neville Goddard's The Power of Awareness? If not, that's a great book. How have you been, Sandy? Because we do think there that we got to do something. Remember, the doing is the effect. The doing happens. You are compelled to do whatever is necessary to bring about the manifestation. And you will wonder, you will realize that your doing will be so minuscule and it will be natural. You're just going to naturally do whatever necessary. It's going to be simple. And it's going to also blow your mind because it's going to be like, it was that easy. All I had to do was put it out there. All I had to do was command it. All I had to do was decide. And then things just happen. Neville Goddard calls it a bridge of incidents. And he says, this bridge happens. You don't build the bridge. You cross the bridge. He calls it a bridge of incidents that you go across. You don't build it. You don't have to do anything. You just take life as it happens. Oh, all right, Miss Jackson. You all right. Congratulations. Making $15 more. That is amazing. Ooh, one power. Hence, all atoms are called element or God. Yeah. Ooh, yeah. Elements. Yeah. L is God, ment is mind. The God mind. See? Man, it's all right there. It's right there. As we say, hidden in plain sight, but it's only hidden to what? Those who are asleep. The sleeping mind is not hidden from the awakened mind. Congratulations. Yep. This world keeps showing you that it's mental. That is all is mind. And the mind is all. All is mind and the mind is all. You're living out a thought life. What are you thinking? Because that's what you're creating. That's why we're reminded by Neville Goddard, self-concept is key. What you think about you defines your reality. That's why you cannot allow the world to tell you who you are. You have to tell the world who you are. You don't let the world tell you who you are. You tell the world who you are. Remember, your world reflects you. You say, I am that I am. And your consciousness says, yep, you're exactly right. Yes, I am the exception. That's right. I know that's right. Exceptional. Oh, exceptional. Yes, you are exceptional. That's right. This is your story. You get to command the reality. Whatever you say, so shall it be. And keep reminding yourself, so shall my word be that goes forth out of my mouth. It shall not return unto me void, but it shall accomplish that which I please, and it will prosper in the thing whereto I sent it. That's why there's nothing to do, because the word does it for you. The word is God. The word is God, which is what? The word is the power. The word is life, right? What did the Christ say? Because that's what the religions tell you, that Christ was the word. What did the word say? For I am the truth. I am the way, and I am the life. That's the word. The word is true. He also said, my words are true, right? Because I am being the word am true. And I am the way, I am the door, I am the resurrection. That's the word. Because the word is quick and powerful. And what? And sharper than any two-edged sword, right? The word cuts both ways. Absolutely, the battle zone. That's it. That's it. So as a reminder, you can catch these lives up on YouTube. I am streaming on both platforms, TikTok and YouTube today. You can catch all recordings of my lives on TikTok, on YouTube. I also have free ebooks, 30-day transformation, the recipe for life, and daily diamond gems. They're all free. Over here on TikTok, you can get the link in my bio, the link tree. On YouTube, it is in a lot of the descriptions on my different videos that you can find the link to the free ebooks. And it's just time to be focused on what it is that you want. Be of one mind, be on one accord with your desire. Right? Love your desire. Love it. Trust it. And as we've been saying, when we talk about what it is we want, whatever it is we're commanding to come forth in our world, that we love it. I love that everything always works for me. I love that my word does not return unto me void. I love that it accomplishes that which I please. I love that it prospers in the thing whereto I sent it. I love that I live an abundant life. I love that I get to travel, that I live harmoniously, that I live on one accord with all things and all people in my world. I love that everything is a reflection of the I am that is within me, which is power, presence, and purpose and peace. I love everything about me. Love yourself to the almost, and understand, like, when you do preface things with love, you won't create a negative behind it. You won't create a thing that you don't want to see in your reality when you preface everything you desire with love. I love that my family is living, financially abundant. I love that everyone in my household is flourishing and prospering and doing the things that they love and has found their purpose and their, whatever it is that they're desiring. I love it. Just say I love whatever it is you want on behalf of a friend, on behalf of a loved one, on behalf of yourself. Preface it with love. I love where I'm going. I love who I'm meeting. I love that every man that I meet, every woman that I meet is a link in the chain of my good. I love that life has become easier and easier for me. I love that what I once thought was difficult has now been found to be a joy and easy and, flourishing and whatever it is, right? I love that my body is this weight now. I love that I am experiencing health now. I love that my body is rejuvenated. I love that, wisdom goes before me and comes after me, that is with me all the days, right? I love that I make right decisions. I love that I have clarity of purpose, clarity and aim. I love it. Mm. Oh, thank you, Cheryl. Oh, nice. Oh, intention creating inner tension or inward pull or magnetism. Yes, thank you, thank you. You're welcome, agent. You're welcome. So speak the life you want to see. If you're looking for inspirational videos that's out there, I recommend the King Richard's well, it's not a documentary, but it is an adaptation of, the Williams girls becoming the best tennis players that we've known. you They said Eddie Murphy's documentary is really, really a treat. So I'm looking forward to watching that. And be your own example. Prove this to yourself. Prove to yourself that your thoughts are things, that the power that you have been looking for was always in your tongue, was always in your mouth, was always within you. So what you say within you shows up on the outside. As within, so without. As you speak, so shall it be. What? Right? Isaiah 55:11, ready, be armed with the preparation of the gospel, right? You put on the full armor of God, says Paul, right? The helmet of salvation, the breastplate of righteousness, the shield of faith, and your feet shod. Well, no, it's the helmet, and the feet shod with the preparation of the good news, which is the gospel. And what is the good news? Free at last, free at last. Thank God Almighty, I'm free at last. The good news, the gospel, the good spell, right? That you're free because who the Son sets free is free indeed. And what makes you free? The truth. Why is the Son? He says, truth makes you free. And who the Son sets free is free indeed. Why? Because the Son said, I am the truth. I am the way. And I am the life. Son being truth. I am the truth. That's why you're free. Because you are the truth. The truth makes you free. That is the good news. Hey, y'all. Yes, I'm getting ready to hit the road, Jack. But I will be back. I will be back. Speak the life you want. Remain faithful. Be persistent. Be consistent. Be determined. Be committed. Know that your word is bond. That the moment you asked, the answer was yes. It said, I answered. And the answer is always yes. The answer isn't maybe. The answer isn't possibly. The answer isn't probably. The answer is always yes. For all the promises. And what did God promise? A land flowing with milk and honey. God promised an abundant life. That those who trust in the Lord shall be what? Like trees planted by the river. And the tree gives what? Its leaf in due season. And whatever you do shall prosper. That is the promise. So all the promises of God are yes. And so it is. I know they say amen means Amun Ra, which is the God of the ancient text, right? Amen Ra, which you are Amen Ra. You are El Shaddai. You are What is it, Raphael? What is it, Raphael? I forget that one. You are all Els. The Elohim. We are the Elohim, the one made up of many. And the many are one. Well, you weren't created, the body was. Remember, you're not the body. You're the spirit with the body. The body is just a projection of the mind. You are spirit who has a body. You are spirit made visible. And spirit, which is energy, was neither created and thus can never be destroyed. So we were not created. We are. I am. Yes, I am thinking and talking with intention. That's how you have to be, with intention. Be intentional about your thoughts. Be intentional about your speech. Be intentional about your self-concept. Ask yourself, who do I say that I am? Who do you say about, what do you say about you? It's not what the world thinks, right? Because the question by the central figure to the disciples, which is your disciplined mind, the disciples represent the disciplined mind, says, what are they saying? Who do they say that I am? And then he said, well, who do you say that I am? That's all that matters. It matters who do you say that? It don't matter what other people think about you. It only matters what you think about you. What other people think about you is none of your business. That's what you got to get in your head. You got to know it. You got to embody it. You got to embrace it. You got to walk it like you talk it. Walk it like I talk it. What other people think about you is none of your business. The only thing that matters is what you think about you. Yes, Jehovah Jireh. Thank you. Yep. The Lord my provider. Yep. Who cares? I just told you, King Amori. It doesn't matter what you think. It doesn't matter what you say. It only matters what I accept. My acceptance is key, not your word. Your word has no. Remember, greater is he that's in me than he that's in the world. You're of the world. You're in the world. So what you say does not affect me. Only my words affect me, because the words that I speak are spirit and life. The words you speak don't have nothing to do with me. You're speaking words over you, not words over me. Right, but you're the only speaker in your world, just like I'm the only thinker in mine. Your thoughts are only for you, not for me. You can't think for me no more than I can think for you. And the only way your words could affect me is I have to allow them to. The only way I'm affected by someone's words is if their words are good. I only allow the good to enter. I'm the watchman at the gate. I'm the watchman at the gate. And I guard my heart with all diligence, because out of it flows the issues of life. And I'm like the green giant. I'm like the giant in the beanstalk. Fee, fi, fo, fum. Who goes there? Who's at the door of my heart? And I get to decide if you get to enter or not. Right, but I don't exist, King Amori. I only exist in your consciousness. I'm reflecting you. You're exactly right. I'm your mirror. I'm the one exists in my world. You're the only one that exists in your world. It's a one-player game. Yep, every thought is hovering. Every thought. Either you get to decide which thoughts you're going to align with based on what? Your awareness. Based on your awareness. Right? We're in electromagnetic field. Yes. So as the script says, no man manifestation comes to me unless the Father within me draws him. So everyone in this live, I drew you in to play the role of the listener. And then you created me to reflect your consciousness. Oh no, you do not need the script. The script is just a tool. You are the script. You and the script are not separate. You are the book. You are the living epistle, right? I am the living epistle. I am the temple made without hands. I am all there is. As John sent his disciples to the Christ, are you the one to come or shall we look for another? He said, blessed is he that is not offended in me. And be not offended in me and who I am. Just get to know who you are. Oh, but you are God. You're your own judgment. Any judgment that happens to you comes from you. The only God to judge you is your own mind. Your mind is judge. Your own consciousness, your awareness is the judge. So if you don't judge you, you won't be judged. That's why the script says, if you judge not, you won't be judged. And if you condemn not, you won't be condemned. But if you forgive, you shall be forgiven. Why? Because you are the cause of everything in your reality. You are the only one thinking it. Thus, you are the only one creating it. And with that being said, guys, I'm going to go ahead and close the live. I appreciate everyone coming through. Oh, yes. Scripting or internal dialogue is a part of meditation. That's it. So decide what you want. Remain faithful to it. It's already yours. It's already done. There's nothing to do but claim it. That's how you prove it to yourself. Say what you want. Do nothing to make it so. Remain faithful to your unseen reality, and then the unseen shall what? Be made manifest. That's what Paul said. Great is the mystery. God, or good, manifested in the flesh. Your good should be made manifest as long as you remain faithful to it. Be single-minded. Don't be double-minded, because a double-minded man is unstable in all his ways, and what? Shall not think he should get anything from the Lord. You cannot speak one thing, then speak its opposite, and then think that the thing that you're asking for is going to come. That's not how it works. You have to be single-minded. You have to speak what you want and keep speaking what you want. Say it, let it go your way in peace, and allow it to show forth. That's it. You just say it. Drop the seed, which is the word. Drop it into the soil, which is your heart, your subconscious mind, and let it go to work. Let it bring it to pass. It doesn't need your assistance. You don't make seeds grow, so you don't make desires come. They have their own way of fruition. They have their own way of manifesting. The acorn don't need your help becoming the oak tree. So the money that you're desiring doesn't need your help in bringing it to you. It will come. Whether it comes through lottery, a gift, a sweepstakes, a promotion, a gift, whatever. However it needs to show up. You could just wake up one morning with money in your account. That happened to one of my daughter's friends. She woke up, $7,000 was in her account. And she was only about 16, 17 years old. She woke up and discovered $7,000 in her bank account. They say, wouldn't that be nice to wake up and find 7 G's in your bank account? And she spent it too, happily. So just see yourself with the money. Concern yourself not with how you're going to get the money. Remember, the how is not your work. You just have to keep telling yourself, I don't need to know how. I just need to accept it's already done. I don't need to know how. I just need to just accept that it's done. It's done. It's done. All right, guys. Thank you, YouTube. Thank you, TikTok. Thank you. I enjoyed sharing this afternoon, this late morning with you. Have a wonderful, wonderful Saturday. Possibly catch you tomorrow before my Bears game come on. That's 9 a.m. Central Time. I'll probably be coming on anywhere between 8 a.m. and 9 a.m. Central Time because the Bears start 12 p.m. Central Time. So I do watch football all day on Sundays. So you're looking to catch me tomorrow. Come swing by tomorrow morning. We'll have church. We'll have our example of church where we really do talk about the good news. Bye-bye, guys.